put this. Calling the meeting to order. And so I want to request, first of all, that everybody turn their cell phones off or their watches if they make noise. And I would like to ask everybody to stand as they are able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Deputy City Clerk, would you please take roll call?
Councilmember Walliter?
Here.
Councilmember Ding?
Present.
Councilmember Lowe?
Present.
Vice Mayor Farrar-Rivas?
Present.
Thank you, and let the record show that Mayor Gurney is absent.
I'd like to report that there was no closed session, so there's nothing to report. Going to the next item on the agenda is approval of the agenda. First of all, I would like to move item 9.1 to be moved to be discussed after our consent calendar. Do I have any other requests regarding the agenda?
No.
So moved with that amendment of 9.1 being moved.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you. Are there any other changes to the agenda? No. Okay, thank you. Take roll call.
Councilmember Walliter?
Yes.
Councilmember Ding?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Farrar-Rivas?
Aye.
Thank
Aye.
you. The motion carries 401.
All right, so we have, we're fortunate, we have two presentations tonight, and our first presentation is one that I'm very excited about, being of Hispanic heritage, myself, and my husband being of Hispanic heritage, is for proclaiming that September 15th through October 15th, 2024, as Hispanic Heritage Month in the city of Sonoma. And so I'm going to read the proclamation, and then I will be asking Angie Sanchez to come up and receive it and say a few words. Is Angie with us? Oh, great. Thank you. So whereas the City of Sonoma recognizes Hispanic Heritage Month by honoring the histories, cultures, and contributions of community members whose ancestors came from Mexico, the Caribbean, Central and South America, and whereas the City of Sonoma is committed to the continued building and welcoming and neighborly community, embracing diversity and fostering equity for every resident, and whereas more than 15% of the City of Sonoma's population identifies as Hispanic or Latin American, Spanish is the second most spoken language in the community, and over 50% of the student populations at Sonoma Valley High School is Hispanic. More than 60 million people in the United States identify as Hispanic or Latin America, representing over 18% of the population nationwide. Hispanic Heritage Month's roots go back to 1968, begins each year on September 15th, and is the anniversary of independence of 5 Latin American countries, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua. And whereas Mexico and Chile also celebrate their independence during Hispanic Heritage Month on September 16th and September 18th, respectively. Fostering a welcoming environment of all individuals, regardless of race, ethnicity, or place of origin, enhances Sonoma's cultural, economic growth, global competitiveness, and overall prosperity for current and future generations. So I there resolve that I, Patricia Farrar, Vice Mayor of Sonoma, along with the members of Sonoma City Council, do hereby proclaim Hispanic Heritage Month in the City of Sonoma and encourage Sonomas to share this special annual tribute through participation in community events to learn about and celebrate the generations of Hispanic and Latin Americans who have positively, very positively, influenced and enriched our nation and society. Thank you. So do the photo now and we'll present it.
Okay, is this on? Yeah. Thank you to the members of the Sonoma Valley City Council for this incredible honor. As a proud daughter of Latino immigrants who came to the U.S. seeking a better life, I am deeply grateful for your support and recognition during Hispanic Heritage Month. My parents, like many others in our community, worked tirelessly to build a future for our family. Their journey and sacrifices are reflected in the lives of countless individuals here who contribute to so much our community every day. Whether as hospitality workers, neighbors, local volunteers, sport coaches, or all of the above, Hispanic Heritage Month is not just a celebration, it's a tribute to the resilience, creativity, and strength of our comunidad, our community. It is a moment to honor our shared history and the diverse experiences that shape us. Once again, thank you for your continued support. Let us all continue to work together and honor and uplift the voices and stories of our hardworking community members, not just this month, but every day of the year. Thank you.
Now we'll move on to our second presentation. We're going to have an update on the 2024 fire season in Sonoma Valley by Sonoma Valley District Fire Chief, Chief Akre. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to provide everyone, City Council, staff, and the community. I didn't know that this was going to be such the draw to bring everybody here tonight, but I appreciate it, and I know that this is something. While I know that this, in all seriousness, isn't the topic that everybody is here for, I know we're all affected by this as a community, and I know that this fire season has been a quick one, an early one, and a big one. So wanted to take the chance to provide everyone with an update. If you could, no. All right, so fire season started early this year. We had big statewide incidents starting in June. Your Sonoma Valley Fire District that now serves everyone from the Kenwood community down to and including the city of Sonoma and Temelec and everywhere in between is always a strong supporter of statewide mutual aid. As you can see, and I won't read all of the details there, but we are very active in providing support to other communities that are being affected by wildfire incidents and in the wintertime during winter storms. We have always done that as an agency, and we saw the value of that in our 2017 fires and then the 2019 and 2020 fires, because for a couple of reasons. One is our crews, our personnel had the experience of dealing with big, large-scale wildfires, and so when it affected our community, while that's much more personal, they had the experience to draw on to be really, really effective with that. And then the second part of that is we paid it forward. We support other communities when they're being affected, and then in 2017 and 2019, we needed to call in others to help support us. And so that's the right thing to do for all of the right reasons. So we'll move on to local fire season. So we've been involved in a number of local fires, both here in Sonoma County and within the region. Thankfully, within our service area, including the city, we have not had any significant wildfires. Like to thank the community for their efforts to be fire safe. A lot of our fire incidents are human caused. Not all of them, but a lot of them are, and so we certainly appreciate the efforts to be fire safe and to follow all the rules and suggestions that we have for creating defensible space and when to mow, when not to mow. Some of our local prevention efforts are We continue again, this is 6 years in the running now, to do defensible space inspections in our wildland urban interface areas. This is a program that's in a cooperation with the Sonoma County PRMD and funded. We are reimbursed for our efforts through the county program. We also continue to address weed and fire hazard complaints, both within the city and the unincorporated areas. And we're really proud that we continue to support not only some of our fire safe councils within the greater community, but we've also, just in the last year, we've established a new FireWise community and are working on 4 more. All right, next. As we are experiencing right now, we're in a bit of a heat wave, and it seems to be kind of continuing. And this is a little bit unusual for September, but the longer range forecasts are above average temperatures and extended periods of either warm, dry, or cool mist weather patterns. And unfortunately, what this means is this: we are in a situation of significant above normal fire potential for September. On the map up there, you can see Sonoma County in the red above normal. It also means that we have the potential for stronger wind events, which I know is of concern for all of us. Thankfully, the long-range forecasts also show that once we get through September, October to December, we're back into normal. So we're thankful for that and hopeful that definitely plays out. Next, want to just remind everyone of the importance of preparedness, and this takes place in a number of different areas. It's personal preparedness, it's having a go bag, it's having a plan to make sure that you're signed up for all the appropriate alerts, and when those alerts happen, you're ready to go. When an alert happens, should not be the first time that you think about evacuating your home or your loved ones or your pets and moving to a place of safety. It is also business preparedness, making sure that you have a continuity of operations plan for your business. It means creating defensible space around your property and your homes. It means hardening your home to prevent embers and wildfire from taking a hold of your home and your decks and fences, all of the structures around your home. And it means having a communications plan that you know how to both be alerted as well as be in communication with your loved ones and neighbors to make sure that everyone is safe in the event of an evacuation and a fire. It also means knowing which evacuation zone you are in and some of the common evacuation routes that you might take if a wildfire or other event were to take place. For preparedness, Sonoma Valley Fire offers a lot of resources for preparedness. You can access them in 2 ways. One, via our website, sonomavalleyfire.org, or the phone number on the screen there, 996-2102. We also offer hands-only CPR classes. We offer preparedness classes. And for those that track the Vintage House, we are planning both of those classes to be hosted through our firefighters with cooperation with Vintage House in the very near future. So please pay attention to the Vintage House schedule of events and signups to be able to participate there as well. Lastly, I wanted to just briefly touch on Measure H achievements. This is something that, as hopefully the community will remember, you all voted very strongly to support this sales tax measure. It's a countywide sales tax measure in March of this year. With the passage of this measure, It is bringing $62 million a year annually to the County of Sonoma to improve fire and EMS response, preparedness throughout the county. Here locally, we will receive a little over $4 million annually, and some of these steps we've already implemented. So even though we haven't received the funding yet, we have implemented these steps. For the city here, we have secured permanent funding for the 3 firefighter paramedics on the city engine company. We have new and permanent staffing of a 3rd paramedic ambulance here serving the valley. We have had 2 paramedic ambulances serving the valley since the late 80s. Our call volume has more than doubled and tripled in that time, and now we have a 3rd ambulance, and it is showing a tremendous improvement in service that we're able to bring to our community. We have hired a 2nd full-time fire mechanic. We've hired in total so far 9 full-time firefighter paramedics to serve all of our community. We are in the process of hiring a vegetation management coordinator who will continue the good work of defensible space, home hardening, working with Firewise communities, ensuring that our community is both prepared and wildfire resilient as best we can. We have also purchased land for a new Fire Station 2, which serves the community first of El Verano, but is also the 2nd station that responds into multiple emergencies here in the city. And we have purchased 2 new fire engines. So it's a lot of really good work by a lot of good people in our organization, and a lot of amazing support from the city council, our board of directors, and the community. So I thank you for all of that, and would be happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Akre. Thank you very much. It's really important, and I think people are just beginning to see the sales tax showing up. And I think as people have any questions about it, it's good to remind people what that does and how important it is to address the risks that we face. When you're not in the middle of it, people think the money, they worry about paying that tax. But when you're in the middle of it, or when you avert something happening, that's what's most important, and to remind people that we've successfully done that in the city of Sonoma this year so far. So any comments or questions from the council?
I'm just curious, where is the property for the new El Verano station?
It is on Arnold Drive, just south of Juanita.
Any other questions, comments?
Yes, I have. Yeah, my question regarding Measure H. So that is if the past and your fire district will got $4 million. If that is already scheduled on the budget, or is out of the budget here? Because we just passed the budget.
So good question. So the $4 million that we will receive is a combination of the allocation to the fire district and to the city. And what we have done is through the board of directors and the city council and the budget that you passed in June, we have allocated funding to start these programs a little bit ahead of schedule. And that speaks to the confidence that you all have in us, as well as the financial ability to do that. And it's something that we take very, very seriously. I mean, the whole reason for Measure H was improving service to all of our communities, both here specifically within the fire district as well as throughout the county. And we're so grateful for the confidence and trust that the community, the county has placed, the voters have placed in us, and we're absolutely grateful for that and determined to be accountable for that and to deliver on all of the things that we said we would in terms of improvements to service.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember, I'll just follow up on that. In the budget that you adopted, we did account for 3/4 of the revenue coming in year one, and then the full revenue in future years. So the budget you did adopt anticipates that revenue coming in.
Thank you for your clarification.
And thank you for signing our Measure T, which will continue to help support these programs ongoing, and really appreciate that, and just appreciate all the work that everyone does. I mean, it's just outstanding, and we're very proud of all of our firefighters. So please convey that. Thank you.
I will. Thank you so much. And it's my honor to sign Measure T as a homegrown kid and still resident here. It's my pleasure to hope to move things forward. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Akre. And I really appreciate the report. I think it's really important, especially in this time during the year, for the public to know as much as possible about what is going on in regards to fires. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, moving on. So we are now at a point where we are going to be taking comments from the public. At this time, members of the public may address the council on matters not listed in this agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. This public comment period will be limited to 10 speakers. Each speaker will be allowed up to 2 minutes. Speakers who do not have an opportunity to speak during this time for public comments will be allowed to make public comments under Agenda Item 10 during our second public comment period. So if you would like to make any comments at this point, please form a line.
Council members.
Please state your name and where you live. Thank you.
Sure, Michael Woods. I live at 649 First Street West. It's the Carneros Village Lofts property. And I'm on the board, and I'm the board president for some unknown reason. But we have 30 residential units and 11 commercial units. It includes the medical care offices there, and Salon Novo and First American Title. And for years, we've had an issue with coming out of the garage onto First Street West, where you can't see to your left because of cars parked right up against the driveway. And it's been a safety issue, and I know past board members have worked to address it without success. But I wanted to thank David Ewan for his help on this, because we brought it to his attention a couple of weeks ago. He's already had it to the traffic committee. It's been approved, and within a couple of weeks, that space is going to be painted red and a no parking zone, and it won't be the most contentious issue you hear about tonight, but we sure do appreciate it. It's a safety issue, and we really do appreciate the city's prompt work on that. So thank you, David. And then for another client, can I bring up one other issue? Okay. For Steve and Laura Havlick, owners and operators of Sign of the Bear, I talked to Laura just a little while ago, and maybe the city staff could help us with this. The AT&T manhole cover in the public sidewalk has a hole in it, and I think Laura's been in touch with staff who've been helpful, but it looks like it's an AT&T issue, and she's just not quite sure how to get attention from AT&T. So David, if there's anybody on your staff or Public Works, coming back to you again, we'd sure appreciate any suggestion as to what we might do to kick AT&T in action. Right now, it's just being protected by a sandwich board. So thank you very much.
Good evening, Council, members of staff, and the public. I'm Tom Collin. I live just outside the city limits. I have the pleasure tonight of inviting you all to participate in a week without driving. This is an event that's been organized first in Washington State by some primarily disability rights activists, folks that find it difficult to get around because they can't drive. And so this is an opportunity and we're already partnering with the Sonoma County Transportation Authority, staff in the city of Santa Rosa. Let's see here. The Sonoma Clean Power is going to be sponsoring the party event at the end of the week. It'll be the week of September 30th through October 6th. And I sent some material to your attention to the public comment email so that you'll have the details of that available. And we do hope for a big participation here in the city of Sonoma, and look forward to seeing you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Conlon. Do we have anybody else who would like to make a public comment for items that are not on the agenda? Seeing none, we will move on to the next section of the agenda. So at this point, we're going to be taking any meeting dedications. I believe we do have a meeting dedication tonight. Councilmember Dean?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Tonight, I would like to dedicate our City Council meeting to Juliet Courtier Smith. If she still were alive this year, she would be 137 years old. Her name and her story was not fully highlighted and noticed by our community until last week. And August 23rd, we had the ceremony in the St. Francis Solano Catholic Cemetery. During the World War I, she took her French advantage. She went to France and also joined phone companies, switchboard operator, so that we call them hello girl. And then after her services during the World War I, and returned back to Sonoma. So at this time, we like to honor her name, and honor her wonderful story. It will inspire us, especially for our young generations. Thank you.
Thank you. So do we have any other dedications anybody would like to make? No, so then, we can always dedicate more than one, but we will dedicate this meeting to Juliet Courtier Smith. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
G. All right, we're at the section where we take council members' reports and comments. Do we have any comments or reports from our council tonight? Yes, we have Councilmember Lowe.
We had a LAFCO meeting today, and we accomplished allowing water to go to the 3 people who applied for it the last time I spoke to it, who live in Glen Ellen. And so we extended that water district out to those folks who are needing water. And there'll be some more studies regarding Santa Rosa and so forth, but that's the action that we took today. And then most of my other time is being spent on Measure T, so I'll be obnoxious about it and mention it as often as I can. But I know people are here for another measure tonight, but important to the city of Sonoma. I'm working on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowe. So I do have a report. I attended the Sonoma Valley Citizens Action Committee meeting, and that was on August 28th. And Sonoma Valley, the council, what it is, it's called the SVCAC. There's lots of CACs, but basically what it is, I like to remind people, it's a joint power agreement between the city of Sonoma and Sonoma County, and it's focused mostly on land use, but it's an area for members of Sonoma Valley and representatives from supervisor's office in the supervisors in Sonoma County to discuss land issues, use issues that affect the valley as a whole, and things that may be happening in the county and things that are happening in the city for each other to be able to communicate and be aware of it. So I will just mention one item, which was the primary discussion that we discussed at that meeting, was how Sonoma Valley CAC is going to be able to contribute to discussions in regards to the general plans for both the city of Sonoma and for the county of Sonoma. All right, so now I know that these, yes. Excuse me.
I was being shy.
Oh, okay.
I too attended a meeting this past couple weeks. It is called the North Bay Watershed Association. And one of the things that I was reminded of is that we happen to live in an area that's very rich in opportunities to hike and walk. And 2 projects that the North Bay currently are working on, or is working on, is one called the Napa River Ecology Center. And it actually is in the American Canyon area. It's their old corporate yard that they're developing it into an ecology center, which will also be for teaching, but it also connects towards some wetlands and is extending some of the walking opportunities in that part of the valley. The second project that is a little bit closer, and that's over in Petaluma, there is something called the Greenway Parkway, which is an area of undeveloped land. I believe it's south of the outlet mall along the 101 corridor, between the 101 corridor and Petaluma Boulevard North. And it's an area of about 170 acres that they're wanting to turn into green space to improve accessibility along that stretch of Petaluma. And so I was just encouraged and was reminded how fortunate that we are in terms of hiking and walking opportunities in this county.
Thank you, Councilman Wellender. All right, so moving on to City Manager report.
Okay, thank you. Today we had, actually before I start, I wanted to acknowledge our Public Works staff. I think the acknowledgement of the red curbs and traffic safety issues, our Public Works Director, Mike Berger, and Chris Pegg, who's in the audience here as well. They've been keeping the Traffic Safety Committee busy and doing a lot of work on this, identifying areas to make improvements. So thank you to the team for getting those things done, and for our volunteers on the Traffic Safety Committee. Do want to give an update. The Sonoma County Transit they're in the process of transitioning their fleet over to electric buses. And we did have one of those new buses come into town today. It wasn't expected, but one of their other buses wasn't working, so they threw this one on the road to give it a test. They run a 10-hour shift. It brought a bunch of kids to school this morning. I got a chance to hop on it and take a look at it. It's pretty nice. So hopefully we'll have that electric bus in town more, and then over the years have that transition all the rest of the buses. So we're excited about that. An update on the budget. The 24-25 budget book is now available. It's online on the website. So if anybody wants to see our budget book for 24-25, it is available. It's a PDF document that you can access. And as mentioned before, Measure T, which is a revenue measure for the city of Sonoma, that information about that measure, about what it is on our website if you want to learn more about it. And mailers have gone out to all the residents to make sure that the facts are out there about what the measure is and what the city is intending to do with those funds. I also want to give an update on our cemeteries. We do have a cemetery volunteer day coming up at Valley Cemetery on September 21st. That's from 9 a.m. to noon. So it's a chance to get out to our cemeteries, help revitalize all of our cemeteries. We do have 3 cemeteries that the city owns, and we will be one per month. We'll be doing cleanup days at the cemetery. So we'd love to see you out there. Also, we have 2 more Tuesday night markets. The new time is from 4:30 to 7:30. And as a reminder, the palm tree lights, they will be going out after the last Tuesday night market. We're going to be turning those off, doing some maintenance on those lights, and they will come back on when we do the holiday lighting. So when you do see them go out, there's a reason for it, and they will be back on in all its glory come November, I believe. And then finally, nominations are open for the Treasure Artist of the Year. If you have an idea of a treasure artist, you can submit that online. You can submit it in person. Deadline is October 31st, Halloween, at 5 p.m. So you can come dressed up and drop off your nomination, and we will take that for you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah, it's good to celebrate any time we see Public Works electric vehicles, whatever they are, because it's not easy to find. They're just coming online, so that's very exciting. Thank you very much.
I'd also like to thank Mike and the Public Works Department on helping get the slurry seal and all of that done in my complicated neighborhood. All my neighbors came out and wanted to make sure I said thank you. They really appreciate it. They appreciated the notes and that the extra effort that you went through to make sure that they could get in and out. So lots of teachers in my neighborhood leaving early, so they were very anxious about this whole thing. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I will pass the word along. That was a challenging little part of town.
I know.
And I'm glad it worked out great.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, do we have Mr. Rudeman online? Great. So asking you at this point if you have any reports from our city attorney.
Good evening, Madam Vice Mayor and members of the council. My only comment is that I regret that I cannot be with you this evening in person, but I am available here online for anything as we move forward this evening.
Thank you. Wish you could be here, but we're glad to see you. All right, so moving on to the consent calendar. And at this point, I would like to ask the council, oh no, we're not moving, yes we are. Yes, we are, because we're going to do that after. Thank you. 9.1 will be after the consent calendar. So at this point, asking if we have any items on the consent calendar, I would just like to clarify, the calendar's items are considered to be routine and will be acted upon by a single motion. There'll be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the council or staff request specific items to be removed or separate action. So at this point, I would like to call on the council for any questions in regards to the agenda or any requests.
Madam Vice Mayor, I'd like to pull item 7.8 and have both a presentation by staff and a discussion up here at the dais, please.
Yes, thank you. Do we have any other requests regarding the consent calendar?
Public. Open.
Yeah, we'll do that.
No.
Yep. And now I would like to, thank you. I'm kind of new to this. Yeah. So now I'd like to open it up for public comment for the consent calendar. Anybody have any comments regarding the consent calendar? And as I see no movement coming forward, we will take a motion now to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item 7.8.
I move approval of the consent calendar, minus 7.8.
I second.
City Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Wallender,
Yes.
Councilmember Ding,
Aye.
Councilmember Lowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ferrer-Rivas.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 401.
And now we will open discussion regarding 7.8, which is to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a professional services agreement with W-Trans in an amount not to exceed $75,000 to develop a vehicle miles traveled, a VMT guidelines for CEQA analysis.
All right, thank you. Jennifer Gates, Community Development Director. So Senate Bill 743 was signed into law in 2013, which initiated an update to our CEQA guidelines, which took out level of service, or LOS, as we fondly called it back in the day, and replaced it with VMT, which is how we measure actual auto travel. So what is the additional miles driven by a proposed project? How much would that create? And that is a direct correlation with our greenhouse gas goals in reducing that. Transportation is one of the major producers of greenhouse gas. And so this was one way in which the state was trying to connect greenhouse gas and actual transportation impacts under our California Environmental Quality Act. The Office of Planning and Research does provide technical advice and guidance on evaluating these transportation impacts. However, an agency does have the discretion to create their own vehicle miles traveled thresholds of significance, as well as mitigation measures. So these thresholds can be adopted, which is done in accordance with the guidance from CEQA. And they also must be developed through a public review process and supported by substantial evidence. So the staff did ask W-Trans to prepare a proposal to implement a vehicle miles traveled, or VMT policy, to be used for our CEQA processes in connection with our current general plan update. Those policies typically will reside as well as part of our circulation element. So there is a connection between the two, and an opportunity if the city does identify specific thresholds or mitigation measures that they want to include. Those can be included also within the environmental document with our general plan. So the timing is right for that. So the scope does include 3 phases of work. The first phase would be to solicit feedback on VMT, so educate the public, get the feedback on what different locations maybe we would accept different thresholds, as well as different types of projects that would have different threshold levels. We would then take that to City Council and the Planning Commission for their feedback. And then from there, we would reanalyze phase 2 and 3 of the project and potentially modify that scope of work based on what the outcome is from the public and their direction on what they would looking for thresholds of significance. There are different options that are out there. You can follow OPR specific guidance. You can also mimic other like communities that have done the studies as well, or you can create your own. And so the prices are kind of varied based on kind of what you're using as setting your thresholds and your mitigation measures. So the proposal, when I was talking about phase 2 and 3, the first phase is $25,000. Phase 2 and 3 could be up to an additional $50,000, just depending on what the outcome of phase 1 is. So the main aspect of VMT policy is it does provide clearer parameters on how we implement VMT moving forward on our projects. The VMT policies, and especially here in Sonoma, we are special. We are considered a high vehicle miles traveled area because we don't have a lot of transit here. We don't have other options. So developing our own mitigation measures and our old thresholds recognize that we are unique. We're not on the 101 corridor. We're not on the SMART train. So when we talk about utilizing some of the SCTA's tools, which is definitely easy and accessible to us, there may be some unique characteristics that maybe we want to modify for ourselves. And this is what's going to help us kind of analyze that. I am not a transportation planner. I just know enough to be dangerous on this. I know the goals and the qualities that can come from a policy, especially when doing CEQA thresholds. What it will do is help screen out certain projects. So if there are specific projects or in a certain area and the only issue potentially could be the vehicle miles traveled, if we have set thresholds of what we determine to be acceptable to our community, then they would not be triggered to do a full EIR based on those thresholds. So that's the idea behind a threshold. The other aspect is mitigation. We have had conversations in the past, right, about if they're exceeding what we have set at this threshold, what is acceptable mitigation measures for our community for these types of impacts? And this can also help us set what those mitigation measures. So it basically sets the whole program around vehicle miles traveled and its implementation. So that is the goal of this policy. Again, this would be a not to exceed $75,000, but we would be coming back to City Council at the end of the first phase. So that concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Questions?
Oh, sure. My question is definitely that is very necessary, and especially when we in the review and in the project in controversy, it's in thousands of words, and it's not powerful like in the chart and the data. My question is, this kind of the investment or this kind of tool is required by the seeker, or just only for seeker analysis convenience?
So in all aspects of CEQA, we can set as a jurisdiction thresholds for different characteristics. In this case, vehicle miles traveled it's new, it's not as tested, and so most jurisdictions are creating their own implementation policies of how they're going to implement SB 43. Some of them have identified that they are going to be consistent with the thresholds identified by OPR, and some have created their own thresholds for that. It is up to each community to determine what they would like to do. So you could see it as a way of streamlining a project. So there's specific types of projects such as infill housing could be streamlined by a specific project types. If it's in our plaza area where we have this higher pedestrian activities, is that one of those project area thresholds based on its location? So you can develop those thresholds based on that. It is up to each jurisdiction what they choose to do.
Thank you. That's good.
Other questions from council?
Yes.
Councilmember Wellinger.
Thank you. First question, when we were putting together the scope for the updating of the general plan, did we not know that this could be an appropriate add to the traffic section? So I guess the question is, why wasn't this put in the scope when we originally went out to an RFP for the update?
I cannot respond to that because I was not here.
That's a weak excuse.
I'm sorry. If I was here, yes, I would have included it in my last jurisdiction. I did include it as part of our circulation element update as part of the project.
Thank you. So looking at what OPR has to offer, and given the fact that we all know Sonoma's unique.
Can we let the audience know what the OPR acronym is?
I would like to defer that to the Community Development Director.
Office of Planning and Research. It's a state agency.
So my question is, given the fact that we're identified as being rather unique, are you thinking that the free information that OPR provides us is not necessarily relevant to the type of projects will come to us relative to the context of Sonoma?
Yes and no. There's a lot of different thresholds, and I think some of them are not applicable potentially to us. But again, there are other jurisdictions in the community, in the county, that have accepted the OPR. I think that we should look at them, though, closely and what the implications are by accepting those OPR thresholds.
So with the exception of maybe having a potential developer be aware of our thresholds and required mitigation for exceeding certain thresholds, that might encourage or discourage him to pursue his project? Because typically that gets fleshed out in the EIR, does it not, of a given project?
So it would be fleshed out in EIR phase if we do not have set thresholds. So when we are doing the initial study, we're going to be doing those transportation projects, the transportation studies that'll come back within VMT. When we look at those numbers, that either, if we adopt thresholds, that either separates them from having an impact because we've already identified that it's not going to be an impact to us, or that it is an impact, and so therefore we continue with the EIR process. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does, and so I guess I'm just trying to grasp it. If we get the information through the EIR, the applicant pays for it. This nut is on us for the investment, correct?
This would be an investment by us to set thresholds to help with streamlining projects.
And my last question or comment is, based upon your professional experience, you believe it's a good investment?
I believe it is, and I do appreciate that the consultant has divided it up into 3 phases, so that first phase I think is very key because it also provides the education component. And I think vehicle miles traveled is such a foreign concept to so many of us. I think it has value on its own. And then we can come back and discuss how we want to move forward.
Thank you.
Right, so now I will call for public comment.
Thank you. Tom Conlon again. And I'm going to be speaking as an individual, although I do sit on the city's Climate Action Advisory Commission. I wasn't going to speak on this tonight. I was going to assume it was going to be on consent, but appreciate it being pulled off and have an opportunity to discuss. The city, of course, has set a goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and I believe on balance this is a good idea for us to do a deep dive locally, even though it's going to cost us a little bit of money. So I'm rising in support of this. We are blessed to have the regional Sonoma County Transportation Authority doing so much work in this area already. And they're working with a very top consultant, Fair and Peers, doing some of this work. And so we have a lot to work with. The Regional Metropolitan Transportation Commission, one of our supervisors is in the room tonight, has a lot of expertise in this area as well. So the role that I see this consultant doing is pulling together all of these building blocks and customizing this program for our own circulation element, for our own general plan update. So I'm looking forward to this being beyond the minimum, because Sonoma City Council has set this as a goal to be a leader in climate action. And I do see that there's opportunities for using CEQA streamlining to do just that. But we'll be keeping an eye on this, and we do hope that perhaps the Climate Action Commission, at least our transportation ad hoc, might have a chance to review some of the preliminary materials so that we don't end up 3 minutes at the public forum having to talk about it. We can actually have a good vetting of the ideas. So that's my submission tonight. I hope you appreciate it.
Any other public comment on this item?
Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council, Michael Woods, 846 Broadway. I agree with Tom on this, probably for a slightly different reason. As you know, I sometimes represent clients who are proposing projects for the city's consideration, and in jurisdictions where standards have not been set for VMT, there is an uncertainty that is a disincentive to bring a project forward for review and consideration. Nothing I think that staff is recommending in any way rubber stamps or makes it easy for projects to move through the process, but having the certainty that local standards are in place is an incentive for members of the development community to actually move forward and consider proposing a project for the city's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Do I see any other members of the public that would like to make a comment on this matter? All right, seeing none, we will close public comment at this time, and then I would like to, I'm asking for a motion from council in regards to this.
Seeing how I pulled it, I'll be more than happy to make a motion to approve this item as originally stated.
Second.
Yes, roll call, please, City Clerk.
Councilmember Wellender,
Yes.
Councilmember Ding,
Aye.
Councilmember Lowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Farrar Rivas,
Aye.
and the motion carries 401.
Thank you. And now, and for those that came late, what we did is we moved item number 9.1, which I will read for you in just one moment. We have a rather long agenda tonight, so we have to. So we have item number 9.1 is a resolution affirming support of farms, ranches, and agricultural operations and businesses in Sonoma County and opposing Measure J. The recommendation is to adopt this resolution. So what I'd like to do is call for a staff report in regards to this item.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. There's no report for this item. There's information included in the packet about the measure produced by cities in Petaluma and Aurora Park help provide some of this information. It was a request by the Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors unanimously supported this resolution of opposing Measure J. It's been brought to all the cities or most cities at this point for consideration. So the information is provided to you and to the public. It's for your consideration to discuss and determine how you want to move forward. And Supervisor Rabbit from the Board of Supervisors is here tonight and is able to answer questions on the measure specifically.
Thank you. And so now I'll turn it back over to the council for questions. Councilmember Dean.
Thank you. My question is, and when the Board of the Supervisors initially approved this measure ballot on the presidential and the general election, that is the April 16th. And I know that after 1 month and later, and we have another version. What is the big differences from the first version, initial version, and then the second version? How to detail and clarify those kind of misleading information I would like to know.
Are you asking for the difference between two resolutions or the measure itself?
Yes, approved by the Board of Supervisors.
Okay. Supervisor Rabbit, we'd really appreciate if you would come and join us and answer that question.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, and thank you for allowing me to be here tonight, and thank you for allowing me over this side of the hills. It's always beautiful in Sonoma. That's a great question, and the reason that question came up, and I actually brought that back to my colleagues, was because it was misleading as it was initially stated. Because, and if I may, I just want to make, if I can, I want to make a few things clear. I'm here tonight, not in my capacity as the chair of the Board of Supervisors, but I'm solely here as David Rabbit. I am not utilizing any of the county time. I'm not here on county time. I'm here on my own time. I did send out from my own personal email a letter to each individual city, the city manager and the mayor, asking that this be scheduled on their agendas to take opposition to this measure. This measure is an incredible threat to Sonoma County in many, many ways, and that's why we're here tonight, and that's why this is so serious. You know, I can factually report that the Board of Supervisors unanimously opposes Measure J and passed a resolution stating such. And again, I want to thank you for bringing this forward today. I think it's really important. Measure J, or the Prohibition on Concentrated Animal Feeding Operations, is a citizens' initiative that will be on the November ballot. And as you all know, once citizens do gather signatures in California, the responsible jurisdiction has three options. Either you adopt it as is with your own law that evening or that afternoon, you place it on the ballot unchanged, or you ask for 30 days for a report. We asked for the report because we knew that there was some serious consequences that were going to be had with this measure, especially the way that it was written. So on May 14th, the Board of Supervisors received that report on the negative impacts of Measure J, which were prepared by the Sonoma County Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, the Sonoma County Administrator's Office, the Clerk, Recorder, Assessor, County Council, Sonoma County Department of Agriculture, Weights and Measures, Department of Health Services, our Economic Development Board, Permit Sonoma, and the UC Cooperative Extension. And the UC Cooperative Extension, or UCCE, commissioned a report from the California State University Chico Agribusiness Institute, who, when compiling the report, utilized what's called M-Plan. That's the industry standard for conducting agriculture economics and change analysis. And if Measure J is successful and implemented as written, the total economic impact to Sonoma County is estimated at $418,299,719, with a loss of 1,381 jobs. And we can say for every job lost from the livestock and poultry production sector, we can expect to lose one additional job from the Sonoma County economy. And direct costs alone to the county are in the millions of dollars, including 1.6 annually for the Ag Commissioner's Office to implement and regulate, as written today, this measure. So you can imagine the impacts are across the board: farm supplies, processing, equipment sales, veterinary services, as well as insurance, transportation, automobile sales, construction, wholesale suppliers, as well as other impacts to professional sectors. I know that Sonoma County has a rich history in agriculture, some of it to do with vines, but all around us, our whole county, and interesting tonight, and Tom being here, I believe our whole county was shaped by agriculture in terms of our urban growth boundaries, our green belts, the working lands that we have outside. This is really close to me, being from Petaluma and the Petaluma Dairy Belt. There are family farms out there that stretch back 6 or more generations that will be put out of business if this passes. You'll have people come up today, I'm sure, and talk about, oh no, that won't happen, that won't happen. But read the measure, understand how that was written, the ambiguity that's there, and you tell me if you can guarantee, for instance, the Tresh family farm, who I just told Tom was a recipient of an award from the Sierra Club, no less, for their farming practices. An organic farm that supplies milk to Strauss Dairy will go out of business because of this measure. That's why we're here tonight, and that's why this is so important. Specifically to your point, one of the first things that was written in the preamble, many initiatives do have preambles, they have to be factual, was for animal welfare. A CAFO, or Concentrated Animal Feeding Operation, has nothing to do with animal welfare. It's a regulatory threshold by the EPA for the Clean Water Act. So it states if you have this many animals within a confined area for so many days, these are the actions that you need to take to make sure that you don't have a runoff problem. Interestingly enough, if you violate the Clean Water Act, you could actually remedy that. In this case, you violate the Clean Water Act and you're out of business. This is like taking a hatchet to something that actually in our county, I would contend, does not even exist. In fact, I would say, and you all know this, you've been here long enough, our county is how you should farm. Our county is exactly how you should farm. Clovis, Sonoma, Albert Strauss, these are leaders in their industry, and as opposed to what's happening in the Central Valley. So what, do you want to close down all the organic pasture-raised dairies here in this county so that these over 2 million animals get shipped to the Central Valley? God knows what happens to them there or how they're treated there. This is a really disingenuous measure because it's not really about animal welfare. It's about ulterior motives. It's about eating animal products like milk, cheese, and eggs. Always has been. So you can tell that I get really amped up with this particular measure because I know these families. My kids went to school with these families. They live all amongst us. They will be put out of business because of this measure. And that's why I'm here tonight and ask you for your support. And incidentally, in this county, I can't think of one responsible agency or entity that supports Measure J. So you've got, and this is a pulling together issue. For the first, you have the Democratic Party and the Republican Party finally agreeing on something, and it's the opposition to Measure J. You have Congressman Mike Thompson, Congressman Jared Huffman, State Senator Bill Dodd, State Senator and Speaker Pro Tem Mike McGuire, Assemblymember Damon Connolly, Assemblymember Jim Wood, Assemblymember Cecilia Aguilar-Curry, all 5 county supervisors, the cities of Cloverdale, Healdsburg, Santa Rosa, Rohnert Park, Petaluma, Sonoma County Democratic Party, again, as I said, Republicans, professional firefighters, North Bay Labor Council. The list goes on and on. And I wrote them all down, but I don't have enough time to read them. But again, the reason all those folks are opposed to this is that it's a disingenuous measure. Using a CAFO as some sort of idea to define what someone thinks a factory farm is really not the way to go in Sonoma County. Actually, we should be pointing to these facilities as ideal facilities and should be replicated in other areas of the state and country. And that's why it's so important that we all oppose this, we get out and vote, and really make our feelings known. Because I do think that if something like this passes, it changes Sonoma County forever.
Thank you, Supervisor Robert.
Thank you for the indulgence in allowing me to speak.
So,
I'm certainly here for any other questions, but I'll slip in the
great.
back of the room.
Thank you. We may call you back up.
Okay.
So at this point, I'm going to ask for public comment. And just a reminder that public comment is at 2 minutes. So, and I would appreciate if people would line up. And so so I can see how many people we have. So, and please just state your name and where you live. I don't think we have to have the direct address, but it's just good to know if we're talking, what part of the county or out of the county. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Louis. I live in Petaluma. I will refrain from giving you the exact address if that's okay this time. And I am a factory farm investigator. I have investigated dozens of factory farms across the United States in coordination with press outlets like the New York Times, the Washington Post, The Intercept, Vox, The Atlantic, Vice News, and many other outlets. And we've worked together to expose some of the most infamous factory farms across the country, including the largest pig farm in the United States in Milford, Utah. I have also been investigating factory farms here in Sonoma County since 2017, and I can definitively tell you that some of the absolute worst animal cruelty I've ever seen has actually been right here in Sonoma County. And that might seem surprising because it is the reality also that Sonoma County has an abundance of small family farms, and it's unique. There are not that many small farms in most places that are productive agricultural areas. But what the opposition to Measure J will not talk about is that the reality is there are, as was said earlier, there are millions of animals in confinement in Sonoma County. Purdue owns and runs a number of very large chicken farms right here in Sonoma County. There's one right in Sonoma. And the reality is people will not tell you about what's going on in these facilities. And I apologize, these are, not photos intended for this kind of presentation, but you can see that the confinement and crowding in some of these facilities is exactly the same as any Purdue farm anywhere else in the country. It is exactly the same conditions. And one facility in particular stands out, Reichardt Duck Farm, 200,000 ducks on wire floors their entire lives. It's been investigated by Mercy for Animals, and a number of times since then, same conditions found over and over. And I encourage people to please look at the facts. I'm happy to talk to anyone about this measure, and I would implore you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Liz.
Good evening. Thank you all for your time. My name is Becky Robinson. My family has been in Sonoma County for 35 years. My father retired here, my father and mother. He was a farmer that worked all over the country and even the world for USAID. We love farms. That was our life. I urge you to reject this resolution in front of you opposing Measure J. This measure will be put in front of all county voters this November. We want you and all cities to respect the democratic process and not unduly influence voters. This is our right to vote on this measure, everyone's right. Furthermore, Measure J is about phasing out CAFOs, the concentrated animal feeding operations in the county. These facilities are causing enormous pollution, animal suffering, and disease risk to humans. They are not farms, they are factories. Please oppose this resolution in front of you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson.
Good evening, Council. My name is Alex. I'm from Petaluma, and I want to thank you all for taking this agenda item up, and I would like to urge you to oppose Measure J. I am part of the Petaluma Chambers GAC, and I'd like to discuss a recent visitor that we had. We did have DXE and the Coalition come visit us. They are one and the same, they're the same people. And they brought with them their economic expert, who, as David just mentioned, the county did their own economic impact report, which was pretty thorough. But I don't think you can even comprehend the extent of what this will actually do. He came in with no sort of study, no sort of background on this, nothing, and he was actually quite so irate that he had to be calmed down in the room. So he talked that small farms could just as easily come in and take over where large farms were. And so he was asked simple questions like, well, what is actually a small farm? That was something that he could not even define. So there's a lot of inexperience on that side. There's a lot of misinformation and lies. And, I think that's something that needs to be taken into consideration, is that there's a lot of people who are pushing something that doesn't actually exist with no substance behind it. Now, I would like to say, too, that all of these family farms in Sonoma County, have been here forever, and they really are the salt of the earth people. The Reichards, as were just mentioned, are good friends of mine. They are some of the nicest people you will actually ever meet. They care tremendously, and they've been actually terrorized for several years now, to the point where, they don't fear for just their farms, but themselves. And so that's, I see my time is almost up. That's about as much as I can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex from Petaluma.
Samantha, Samantha from Santa Rosa. Today I would like to also talk about disingenuous behavior. First, I need to clear up some misconceptions. In a letter produced by the Sonoma County Farm Bureau, they claimed that proponents, there's no such thing as multiple proponents, so I don't know why they didn't know that. They claim that proponents are not from the county and are actually not from our community. This is a current bill from Cotati Large Animal Hospital. I have lived in Santa Rosa my whole life. I am part of the community, and I understand that my existence is very inconvenient. Perhaps what the Farm Bureau means is that I'm not a landed member of our community. But as a proud American, I'm glad that's not the way our government works anymore. Further, I need to emphasize that Measure J has gone through all of the proper protocols to appear in front of voters. This campaign has been subject to desperate propaganda attempts, and it's unfortunate to see cities having their time wasted by this circuit of information. The resolution would be literally enshrining the right for corporations to pollute our county. It's clear who is a small farm and who is not. The very first step in lowering food prices is actually getting small farmers a share of the market. This is common sense, and it's practiced all over the world, especially in the United States in 1921 when we passed the Packers and Stockyards Act, and we're still trying to get that act to apply to JBS today. It's literally beyond comprehension why someone would take the Sonoma County Farm Bureau at their word, especially when it comes to local elections. Last cycle, the Sonoma County Farm Bureau was the headquarters of the No on Measure P campaign. They claimed that retaining funding for police oversight would take money away from fire response in unincorporated areas. I beg you to look that up. Many local elects were present for the No on J launch, where politicians openly said they needed to put a stake through the heart of our movement, and they claimed that they didn't fight hard enough against Prop 12.
Thank you. I'm sorry your time is up.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Molly Fabian. My name is Molly Fabian. I am in 4-H, and I live here in Sonoma. Today, I would like to say that I raise cattle, beef, and dairy in the valley. I love cattle. It's my passion. And I make sure that I care for them with everything. That, in fact, my little heifer calf was born 3 days ago. I make sure to take care of her. Voting yes on J would be the absolute worst thing that could be ever done. It would negatively affect our food supply and those close of some of my favorite dairies. In fact, is spending time out at the fair in the barns with other dairy kids and being out there showing that we love our animals. Please help protect my cows and the other cows at my friends' dairies by voting no on J. I don't.
Good evening, council members. My name is Sam Katuri. I'm from Sonoma, third-generation organic farmer here in the valley, and I rise in support of this resolution and in opposition to Measure J. I don't raise animals professionally. I have some backyard chickens. I'm in the vineyard business and the wine business, but I think it's important to remember that the agricultural community in Sonoma County doesn't operate in stovepipe sectors. It's a patchwork of symbiotic relationships. The farmers that are in this room today and are out across the county, their hay, their straw is our erosion control. Their manure is our compost. Their grazing is our fire protection. If pulling on one string of this patchwork threatens all of us. So as a family farmer, as a resident of this county, I'm so proud of the organic farmers, the organic milk, egg, cheese, and meat producers in this county that are the standard for our country, for our world, and threatening their livelihoods threatens our livelihoods and threatens the agricultural ecosystem and the food system of Sonoma County. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Katuri.
Hello, City Council. My name is Chase. I'm a lifelong resident of Sonoma County. I live in Santa Rosa currently, but spent a lot of my childhood right here on Railroad Avenue in Sonoma. Like Supervisor Rabbit, I'm also here just as a citizen of Sonoma County, so I would be happy to award the time that he was given here today, but I digress. I come here as a supporter of Measure J. Sonoma County will always be, and always will be, an agricultural exporter, thanks to our nationwide reputation for food quality. I believe the measure will make it easier for hundreds of small farms, not the 21 that are outlined for this measure, the hundreds of small farms in our county to compete for market share as opposed to being dominated by a small handful of agribusinesses. It would also serve the greater good for our Sonoma County in terms of environmental and water protection. It is their land that they own, but it is also our water that their runoff gets into, and it affects us publicly and in our health. However, I'm not here to convince you to support Jay. I'm here to ask that you allow your constituents to decide for themselves on this important measure and urge you to vote no on this resolution or choose to not take a position. It would be unprecedented for Sonoma to make a public declaration against a measure scheduled to be on the ballot. Recently, Supervisor Rabbit's constituent, Chris Corsi, while noting his opposition to the measure, claimed he felt the board was putting their thumbs on the scale against the measure when they had made the decision to change the language on the ballot, language they had originally approved. I will remind everybody in this room. Additionally, Cotati City Council just 2 weeks ago had an identical agenda item that they had voted to not move forward with and cited the unprecedented pressure the City Council has received to make a statement against this measure. I feel for you as elected officials and won't want you pressured to make any statement on this measure, positive or negative, and I think the moral and most appropriate decision for you tonight is to allow your constituents to debate the measure on its merits alone without unduly undermining the democratic process. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chase.
Let's see here. Good evening, council members. My name is Sarah Van Mancham. I live in Windsor, and I'm a registered voter in Sonoma County, and I have a degree in environmental studies and planning from Sonoma State. I support Measure J because I believe factory farming is cruel and unsustainable. A yes vote tonight to pass a resolution in opposition to Measure J would indicate that you are out of lockstep with your constituents, the vast majority of whom are not members of large-scale farming. That large-scale farming community. In addition, a city council passing a resolution that states the official position of an entire city without their consent is a betrayal of trust, an abuse of power, and a subversion of the legal process. Most Sonoma County residents object to animal cruelty, environmental degradation, and risks to public health and safety. We are rightly concerned about the potential for infectious disease outbreaks like the avian influenza that cause mass killings of chickens and ducks in Sonoma County in 2023 and 24, as well as food shortages. Infectious diseases could be the single most significant factor in the potential for future supply chain disruptions and food cost increases, as we have already experienced with COVID-19. Because animals are largely confined indoors in very high concentrations, factory farms are petri dishes for viral outbreaks, creating a ticking time bomb for the next big pandemic. Agribusiness lobbyists from all around the nation are happy to pitch in their dollars to oppose Measure J, but they don't care about the people of Sonoma County. It's about protecting the industrialized animal ag complex as a whole, which is creating an existential crisis in terms of climate change and beyond. In contrast, the list of coalition partners who support Measure J continues to grow and includes local businesses like Little Saint, Goatlandia, Charlie's Acres, and larger organizations like World Animal Protection, Organic Consumers Association, Western Watersheds Project, and California River Watch, as well as the Sonoma County Green Party. As a Sonoma County resident, I strongly urge you to resist the persuasive tactics and please allow us to make our own decisions without undue influence from elected officials. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Van Mancham.
Hello, thank you for your time. My name is Nikki. I'm from Santa Rosa. Personally, I'm ashamed my city adopted such a resolution, but that's an entirely different matter. Firstly, I oppose this resolution just on principle. Tens of thousands of Sonoma County voters signed petitions in support of Measure J months ago. It belongs on the ballot, and our governments should remain neutral and let the voters decide. This resolution is rather undemocratic. It puts undue pressure and coercion on voters to also oppose the measure. Regardless of which side you fall on with this issue, who are we to think we can speak for all the voters of the city? Second, I oppose the resolution due to the animal waste pollution and infectious diseases caused by factory farms. Part of the wonder and joy of living in Sonoma County is the largely pristine natural environment that we get to enjoy. We should keep it that way rather than perpetuate the treatment of waterways and soil as foul dumping grounds for industrial farming giants. Third, I oppose the resolution to the due to the abject cruelty and horror of factory farms. Thousands of animals crammed in windowless sheds is not a family farm. It's an inhumane industrial hellscape. Measure J only seeks to prohibit large CAFO factory farms as defined by the EPA from operating in the county or be required to downsize their operations. While they are big facilities, they are only a small fraction of the total of farms in the county. Small CAFOs and family farms would be unaffected. Sonoma County is well known not just regionally, nationally, and internationally for its farming and agriculture, as it should be in perpetuity. We should think of the issue as do we in Sonoma County.
You. I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Bronte Edwards. I am the third generation in my family to reside in Sonoma County, and I'm a first-generation sheep and cattle rancher. I am here on behalf of Communities for Food and Family Farms. We are a 501c3 nonprofit that's mission is to unite farmers and community members. Since the SNJ folks have come to town, I have experienced more hatred and homophobia than I have my entire life. Since 2018, this group has been performing military-style raids on Sonoma County's agricultural families, unloading hundreds of protesters onto farms, doing things like tying up 911 lines county-wide, lighting infrastructure on fire, spreading disease and lies. This group is not from here. They do not care if a wildfire breaks out and the 911 line is busy. They do not care if farmers, workers, and children on ranch are terrified at their militaristic tactics and their psychological warfare on our community members. As someone who has studied animal science, environmental science, and food system science, and as a gay woman who has led thousands of students, faculty, and teachers to protest for climate action, I will be frank. I see this for what it is, a land grab blanketed in bigotry and greenwashing. There is zero reporting or evidence from local agricultural experts and third-party certifiers that there are any violations of welfare or water quality in our county. There are zero agricultural experts, large animal veterinarians, and the like that have signed on to this measure. And the reason is simple. Because this measure was not designed to improve our farming, it was designed to eliminate it altogether. I implore the council to see this group for the threat that they are. They are actively harassing and scaring families in our community. They want to destroy our way of life. They will stop at nothing to rid us of everything that makes Sonoma County what it is, a leader worldwide in food, wine, and farming. We are their first domino, and if we fall, everyone else will fall. Voting no on this measure will protect farmers of all kinds, our food equity, sovereignty, and cultural heritage. I beg the council to stand up for the backbone of our community, our farmers, by unanimously opposing Measure J. Thank you.
Thank you, Bronte Edwards.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Carla Cabral. I live in Occidental, and it is absolutely beautiful. I love it, and I want to keep it beautiful by preventing more CAFOs from coming into Sonoma County. While the claim is that the animals are treated very well in these places, I can tell you that as a former certified veterinary technician who specialized in emergency medicine, I have cared for many animals rescued from factory farms here in Sonoma County, and they were in deplorable condition. Bright red urine scalded flesh from being unable to stand up for any considerable amount of time, and riddled with multiple disease processes, many of which are capable of making us extremely sick. With the little time that I have here today, I want to highlight a few things. One is the idea that passing Measure J will have some sort of catastrophic economic impact on Sonoma County. If you look at the data, in 2012, Sonoma County had nearly 100 dairies, but by 2017, there were only around 45. Sonoma County lost around half of their dairies. Why? Well, it wasn't from us. It's from factory farms driving out small farmers, making it impossible for them to make a living, so they shut down. I don't think that was a good thing. But if Sonoma County lost over 45 dairies and didn't collapse into economic ruin, then it doesn't make sense that possibly losing 21 farms would cause this mass chaos. Not to mention, the 21 farms don't actually have to close down. They could reduce their numbers to below the EPA threshold or transition to some other kind of agricultural farming. I don't have time to go into my other points, so I'm just going to say if you truly want to support Sonoma County agriculture and standards, then you have to do the hard work of actually supporting it and not simply bowing to corporate pressure. I implore you to exercise your critical thinking skills to discern truth from fiction and vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Curtis, and I live in Petaluma. I first want to discuss some points that Mr. Rabbit, or Councilmember Rabbit, I'm not sure what they were referring to themselves as tonight. Sounded like an industry lobbyist to me, but one of the points that he made was that this economic report was going to cost $418 million to the county, and the jobs figure, I don't remember exactly what it was, but this report was using figures as if all animal agriculture was eliminated, and not just the roughly 21 CAFOs that we've identified here in the county. And we've spent hundreds of hours trying to figure out how many CAFOs there are in the county, and the opposition has neither confirmed nor denied this figure. And if we were wrong with this figure, we would have heard about it. They'd be making a big fuss about it. But I don't think they want to be seen agreeing with us. So I would ask all of you, please ask them how many CAFOs there are in the county. I find it absurd that the Farm Bureau or the Ag Lobby doesn't have that information. Mr. Rabbit talked about the ambiguity of the measure. There's a size chart. It's the EPA definition. It's not ambiguous. CAFOs have nothing to do with animal welfare. I mean, this is, when you pack animals in here like this, it's common knowledge that the welfare of the animals goes down when you confine them in mass. And it talked about the Central Valley and how things are worse there, and the CAFOs and the factory farms there are worse. The Turlock Dairy Lobby in the Central Valley has given the opposition campaign $200,000, so they're happy to take their money. And the Democratic Party and the Republican Party agreeing on this. They also both take money from APAC and the oil and gas lobby and big pharma. And the big agriculture lobby is no different. So it's nothing to be surprised about. Please do not approve this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Curtis.
Good evening. It's me again. Wow, this one, you guys get to make the tough decisions up here. That's why you get the big bucks. Like Supervisor Rabbit, I'm speaking as an individual tonight. I began my career working on the organic farm legislation, and decided not to go into farming business because I could just tell that structurally in the United States economy, there's just no way to get ahead as a small farm. And if you see, it's really hard to get into the business as a small new farmer. This measure is difficult for environmentalists. It challenges us to think about what really matters. When we launched the organic program, we knew we were making a bit of a Faustian bargain by making it all voluntary, by making it advantageous to market your products as greener than the commodity products. We really haven't made much market share. We're well below 20%. I think it's around 12% in California right now in general. And when Supervisor Rabbit quoted the M-Plan forecasts of economic impact, I'm thinking in my head, what about the IPCC forecasts? Even if we eliminate all greenhouse gas emissions, we know we still need to change our dependency on animal agriculture and the way it's practiced. State of California is moving toward grossly incentivizing methane digesters. We don't really have those in this county. Most of our operators don't want to put them in because there's no security in their business to do so. Farms are getting bigger. That's just been a trend across the board. So I encourage you to take no position on this tonight. I think it's a thankless task.
Thank you, Mr. Conlon.
Hello, Council. My name is Jordan Marr, and I was born and raised in Petaluma. There is actually a park next door to the chambers that we are currently speaking at. Kids are practicing sports, and families are cheering them on. There's an extremely high chance that those families have products in their fridges that come from the local farms that this measure would shut down. When my family and I heard about this measure, we were scared and still are, but at the same time, we see a way for farmers and consumers to reconnect and to share our story and keep Sonoma County agriculture alive. If anyone has ever met my mother and her herd of rescue sheep, they would know that we would never want to hurt animals. My dad started a chicken farm in Petaluma in 1983 on the premise of cage-free. That's 1983. It didn't become state law until 2022. We were the first organic farm back in the early 1990s, long before organic was mainstream. Farming is a labor of love, albeit very challenging at times. This measure would destroy the local food shed and my family's past and its future, and my children's future. It also hurts the environment because eggs and dairy will just be trucked from thousands of miles away from people who don't live in your local community. Sonoma County is a special place because of its agriculture roots, and I hope this continues to be a focal point of the county for years to come. We appreciate all of your support and hope to keep it local and oppose Measure J. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Beretta. Thank you for considering the support on No on J. I'm a fourth-generation dairy farmer in Santa Rosa, and this measure, even though it says it'll affect non-medium-sized operations, I will be affected. They say medium-sized and small-sized farms can grow. Nobody obviously knows how to process milk because we ship our milk to Clover, Sonoma because the collateral we would need to process that on our own farm is we can't do it. This measure has nothing to do with animal welfare or water quality. And this is going to be a direct attack on what we choose to eat and how we choose to farm. And it's a direct attack on animal agriculture. Stores that are getting local product will have to look outside of Sonoma County, and every city defines local differently. Sonoma is very fortunate to have two great processors in Petaluma as well as some great egg processors. They would have to look outside of Sonoma County to make sure that their local food system is supplied with great local product. This will displace workers that have been on these farms for years. Dairies provide homes for their employees, and with this housing deficit the county is facing, where are these employees going to find these homes if displaced from their jobs? The other side bases this measure off of emotion, not actual facts and data. We in ag are listening to researchers and following standards that are given by teams of veterinarians, industry professionals, and we follow strict standards and regulations to manage our manure and animal welfare. We urge the City Council to support No on J. Thank you.
Thank you. Can people please line up if you can make, I need to be able to see how many more comments there are going to be. All right, thank you.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Dana Ghirardelli, and I'm the Executive Director of the Sonoma County Farm Bureau, and I've lived in Petaluma all of my life. Sonoma County farms are steeped in sustainability and animal husbandry and care, and most of Sonoma County dairies and poultry farms are third-party certified for animal welfare practices, so they are verified by trained professionals to determine that their animals are well taken care of. In addition, most are organic, which also has an animal welfare component embedded in its rules and production laws, as well as natural resource and environmental elements. We do more for animal welfare and the environment and sustainability while producing food than this unnecessary measure implies. Measure J does nothing to protect animals or the environment. It is taking the US EPA definition, which is used as a threshold and guide for proper water quality regulation implementation, and irresponsibly limits the size of farms with no merit, no recognition of farm size or acreage. To be designated as a CAFO under the US EPA definition does not mean they are bad or out of compliance or mistreating animals, contrary to what the proponent of this unnecessary measure want you to believe. The US EPA definition of a CAFO is in effect today here in Sonoma County, and all facilities are legal and in compliance with the definition as stated. The unnecessary measure implies that farms of a certain size cannot operate sustainably or even responsibly, which is a complete fallacy. This is a broad brush demonization of a region of sustainable organic farmers and food producers as a means towards eradicating animal agriculture altogether. I have a whole list of endorsements here, which you've heard of tonight, and I'm sure you've seen, and they brush across a broad variety of folks, political parties and whatnot, and I think that as a government body, your citizens lean on you for guidance. So I would hope that you would join the rest in opposing Measure J. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Vicki Mullis. My family and I have been dairy farming in the Sonoma Valley for 101 years. We are no longer dairying in Sonoma Valley. We were put out of business by an environmental attorney with extremely unethical mechanisms. My position with you tonight is this. I would encourage everyone in this valley and this county to, before they sign a petition coming out of a grocery store, you make sure that you go home and you read what it's about. What it does is opens the door for fraudulent lawsuits that ultimately puts businesses out of business. There's one dairy left in Sonoma Valley. When I hear people talk about small farms, I don't have anything against a small farmer, but you do not make a living doing a small farm. You do not feed the world on a small farm. We have no CAFOs in Sonoma County. Whoever they're saying these 21 farms are, I would like them to name them because I highly doubt that they exist. And I would encourage you to support the No on J measure to keep agriculture viable in Sonoma County, which is a right to farm county. And furthermore, think about what this valley would look like, what this county would look like, another San Jose with multiple housing units. So think about the economic impact as well as the environmental impact. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Fernandez. I'm a resident here in Sonoma. I urge the Sonoma City Council to voice their opposition to Measure J. I'm against Measure J. A third-generation Sonoma Valley resident, friends of dairy farmers, Muleses, Leveronis. My kids grew up there. No one wants sick animals. There's nobody who takes better care of the animals than the ranchers themselves. It's their business. It's their livelihood. I've actually been on these ranches and see the care and the time that the ranchers put in to taking care of animals that we're all fed. I am not a rancher, but I do have my own free-range chickens, and they run onto their little wire cage every night on their own because it's nice to sleep. It keeps their feet free from disease. So nobody understands ranching better than the ranchers and the farmers of Sonoma County. We are advanced here. For all the reasons outlined by Supervisor Rabbit, I urge you to voice your opposition to Measure J. And Sonoma County is very advanced in how we look at our environment. We set the standards. We're going to continue to do so. I thank you.
So seeing no more public comment, I am going to turn it over to the council for comments or questions. Yes. Councilmember Lowe.
I will be proudly supporting this resolution. Today I was at LAFCO and I sit in the supervisor's chambers and I look at the county seal, and at the top of the county seal is the word agriculture. That is our county. I was very moved by Mr. Couturi's intersectionality argument with how grapes and animals all go together. And I concur that it is our responsibility within our county, as it affects so many employees and the lifeblood of our county, not to mention the food in my fridge. It is our job to opine on this issue because it is our county and we are elected in the Sonoma County, and as I said, the number one word is agriculture. I'm so proud to live in this county, very proud of the farmers and ranchers that have created this beautiful place that we live in, and I urge them to have continued success, and I stand 100% by them. Thank you.
Any additional comments? Yes. I love that. Councilmember Wellender.
I've been sitting here listening to the concern about creating undue pressure in the voting process. And I made a very public statement not long ago about the fact that I would not support a ceasefire resolution because in reality I didn't think that that was appropriate for a small town of 10,730. Nor did I think that Washington, D.C. was waiting to hear us speak. This is different. This is in our backyard, and I feel strongly that this measure will have an impact on my constituents within the city of Sonoma. And I, too, know a number of farmers and ranchers in this county. I've lived here not quite 40 years, but I'm not sedentary. I get around, I look at things, and I, too, am overall proud of the fact that Sonoma County's agriculture is a leader in proper farming. So like my fellow councilwoman, I too support this resolution that opposes Measure J.
Councilmember Ding.
Thank you. I want to support on Measure J based on my the logic and also my experience with the Sonoma Valley Groundwater Sustainability Agency. During the past 4 years, I spent a lot of time study how to protect our environment. And basically, CAFR, this kind of definition originally came from how to protect water resource. So now, I'm not sure why, put together and mixed up with the animal welfare. This doesn't make any sense to me. Also, if you want to remove CAFO, what is your making another treatment to protect the environment? And also, it reminds me, 4 years ago, here in Sonoma, we proved and measured the ballot, W, that is extending 20 years UGB, urban growth and the boundary. That means we want to save as much more open land, agriculture, for our future generations. So that is we need to protect. If we protect, we need have the financially the support how to protect. Actually, agriculture is bare bone for our local economy. And this is my position. I want to support the resolution to oppose the Measure J. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm kind of one of those complicated people. I'm a veganish. I have supported, actually helped one of my clients in my previous profession create a regenerative cattle farm. I fund a cow Simon at Charlie's Acres. I have supported farm workers for decades. I have supported many people in the organic farm industry for decades. I've sat on multiple environmental boards. I think that the Measure J is the wrong strategy. I think that's targeting Sonoma is not the target that you should be looking at. I certainly do believe that large CAFOs are detrimental to health and to the environment, but I do not believe that it's the appropriate approach in Sonoma County. So I have struggled over this, as you can imagine, for several days and had many conversations, but I would support this resolution. So I think at this point, the resolution before us to support a no vote on J. So at this point, do we have any other comments or questions? I think that
I move approval of the resolution.
I second.
Deputy City Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Wellender?
Yes.
Councilmember Ding?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Farrar Rivas?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 401.
Yes, good idea. We're going to take a 5-minute break. I will be back at 10 to 8. We still have much ahead of us this evening. We're waiting for Councilmember Ding, and we will get started. Hearing to consider an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to deny a use permit amendment, UA-23-40, and wine tasting use permit, WTUP-24-1, that would have authorized a vacation rental and a wine tasting facility at 301 First Street West under the adaptive reuse provisions of the city's development code. The appellant requests the City Council approve the use permit amendment and wine tasting use permit and give direction to staff on policy issues concerning the adaptive reuse ordinance. So what we're going to do is we are going to get a report from staff, and then we're going to talk to council members. We will then open the public hearing, hear from the public, close the public hearing, and then the council will have a discussion. So just so that you guys all are aware of the agenda. So what I'd like to do now is just hand it over to staff.
All right, thank you. Jennifer Gates, Community Development Director. And just to clarify, staff will do a presentation and then questions and disclosures for who all you have discussed this project with. And then the appellant will have an opportunity to do their presentation before public comment starts. So with that, as you've stated, we are before you tonight on an appeal of a planning commission denial of the use permit and wine tasting use permit. So the project site is on 310 First Street West, just down the street from here. It's a 7,500 square foot parcel. It's developed with a 5,000 square foot historic two-story building. It had a 1,600 square foot wooden barn that was repurposed, 800 square foot ADU, fitness area, and a detached two-car garage. Contributing resource to our Sonoma Depot Historic District. The first floor stone structure was constructed in 1906, and then later a second floor was added in the 20s. There are currently 3 tandem on-site uncovered parking spaces. This is zone residential medium, which is the orange color that you see there, and you see the star on the site where it's located. On May 18th, a previous project was approved for adaptive reuse permit for the restoration, seismic retrofit, and adaptive reuse of the historic cooperage and barn. Allowed uses that have been vested include a limited retail use of the first floor, residential use on the second floor, conversion of the existing barn into the ADU, and the seismic retrofit parking credits. The 2018 conditions of approval did include that commercial use of the ground floor of the cooperage would be restricted to retail use, and it would be a lifestyle retail store. That the hours of operation in the retail store would be limited to 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. for 6 days a week. The conventional kitchen within the break room would only be for their purposes of the employees, and that it should not be for public consumption. Special events and live music would be prohibited, and use of the property for short-term vacation rentals would be prohibited. The applicant has submitted a request for a vacation rental in 2023. The second floor of the Heights House building for short-term rental. It was 2,000, roughly 2,500 square feet. It's 2 bedrooms and a library. The guests would be limited to 1 to 6 people. They also requested the existing retail use to be maintained, but expanded to include wine tasting, and it would be around, again, 2,500 square feet. The hour operations would be the 9 to 7 p.m., 6 days a week, and would include 2 to 4 employees. On April 18th and May 16th, Planning Commission heard the item and did make denial findings that were based on that the project was not compatible with the surrounding residential uses due to the operational characteristics of wine tasting and the vacation rental, that the restoration and renovation was completed in 2023, so therefore there was no active restoration project to be completed, and it could not find that the project would restore and rehabilitate a historic structure that has fallen into such level of disrepair that the economic benefits of adaptive reuse are necessary in order to approve a vacation rental on the site. Our adaptive reuse ordinance is in section 19.42030, and it's our permitting process for adaptive reuse of our historic structures, in which we allow uses that are not permitted at that base zoning district. And it's only eligible for officially designated sites or those that have been identified as having potential historic value. The non-residential uses that would be allowed are identified in this ordinance, and those include things such as the hotels, vacation rentals, restaurants, wine tasting. So the use permit findings of denial by Planning Commission, they found that they could not approve the wine tasting and vacation rental use, that the location, the size, the design, and the operating characteristics of the proposed use, being that it's in the medium density residential zone and is located next to or near Sonoma Plaza, but it's primarily surrounded by residential development. Also, that the proposed vacation rental and wine tasting use would expand the allowable uses and introduce potential conflicts with the adjacent residential neighborhood, resulting in noise and other operating characteristics such as trash and parking and congestion. In addition, the findings for the adaptive reuse permit, they found that the following findings could not be made. The first, in regards to enhance, perpetuate, and preserve, protect, and restore historic districts, etc., that the property had recently underwent the extensive renovations under a use permit and the adaptive reuse ordinance in May of 2018, but that those renovations had been since completed. Also, to stabilize and improve the economic value of historic districts, again, the proposed project would expand non-compatible commercial uses in the residential neighborhood, and therefore that finding could not be made. And then to preserve diverse architectural design within our city, and that no construction was currently being proposed, and that the proposed vacation rental and wine tasting use permit would not preserve the architectural design or construction methods. In addition, there is one finding on the adaptive reuse ordinance, an additional finding that must be made for vacation rental uses, and that specifically states to restore and rehabilitate a historic structure that is eligible or currently listed on the State Register of Historic Places that has fallen into such a level of disrepair that the economic benefits of the adaptive reuse are necessary to stem further deterioration, and that the proposed project, while it qualifies for the adaptive reuse provisions, Planning Commission do not believe that a additional use of a vacation rental was needed to further stabilize and strengthen the Cooperage building. And at this time, the applicant's request to expand the allowable uses on the site to add the use of a second floor as a vacation rental in order to help recoup unexpected expenses associated with their renovations. However, those proposed expansion of use would not restore or rehabilitate a historic structure or property that is in a level of disrepair. The wine tasting use permit findings for denial by Planning Commission did include that approval, not for approval, but for denial did include that the renovation had already been completed and the proposed expansion of the use would not be required to stabilize the property and protect the historic train district. This is under B because the applicable zoning district actually does not apply, so we'd be using the adaptive reuse ordinance in order to meet that finding. The location, size, and design of operating consistence of the proposed use are compatible. The findings by the Planning Commission again were that it was surrounded by residential development. Additional findings that could not be met was again related to the fact that it was in a medium density residential neighborhood and concerns about the use of wine tasting within that area. So on May 28th, the appeal filed claims included that the adaptive reuse ordinance does not preclude adding other allowable uses to a historic property's original adaptive reuse permit, and following that, the granting of the initial use permit or completion of the initial project, being that the initial project from 2018 approval and whether or not it could be amended with a new or revised project. The proposed vacation rental and wine tasting uses are compatible with the neighborhood use, that the ice house is part of a dynamic mixed-use neighborhood. So in processing of appeals under our municipal code, the city council does have the ability to consider all matters in regards to the subject of the appeal, including the specific grounds of that appeal. The appeal body may affirm in part, or reverse the action or decision in this case by the Planning Commission. And when reviewing a decision on land use permit, the appeal body may adopt additional conditions of approval that may address additional issues or concerns that are subject in the appeal. So the recommendation is to deny the appeal and adopt the attached draft city council resolution that was attached to your staff report. Alternative actions include to affirm the appeal in part or whole, to set aside the decision of the Planning Commission, and then direct staff to return with a resolution and findings reached by city council to do so. Another option is to request additional information from the appellant to support their arguments and continue the matter to a future hearing date. And number 3 would be to remand the project back to Planning Commission with specific direction. This concludes staff's presentation and available to answer any questions at this time.
Do we have any questions from staff?
Just one detail. On
Council Wellender, I just continue
Yes.
to do that so that gets captured.
Oh, thank you. Just on the, not the transition, but the written recording of the meeting through the Planning Commission. It's stated on page 23 that it was listed, retained its 1978 listing in the California Register of Historic Resources, and in other areas it says that the only listing is local. So I just need clarity on which one's right.
Let me just double check.
Thank you. Nope, no rush.
Are there any additional questions while I'm looking it up?
My question is...
Councilmember Ding.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. My question is, this appeal review was originally scheduled in July, and later we rescheduled it to today. I'm wondering if any new information provided by an owner or developer after that.
No additional information was provided to go with the staff report.
Okay, yeah, because mine and homework just before that in July. Yeah. All right, thank you.
Any other questions at this point? Councilmember Lowe?
Can you define medium density residential?
I'll look it up in a municipal code to give you the specific.
Thank you.
All right, residential medium density district. The RM zoning district is applied to areas appropriate to medium density multifamily residential development. New single-family dwellings are prohibited as of July 1st. New accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units are allowed. The medium density of new residential construction is 7 dwelling units per acre, and the maximum density is 11 dwelling units per acre. The RM zoning district is consistent with the medium density residential land use designation of the general plan.
So in that, that's mainly describing the types of residences in the medium density. Does it speak at all to, I know we have something called mixed use or whatever. Does it speak at all to the ability to have other than residences within that? Or is that simply under the adaptive reuse that would be able to occur?
So the adaptive reuse is what is allowing the non-residential uses to occur. There are other uses that, such as a religious facility or schools, are allowed with a use permit in the residential medium. I'm just looking through, these are all residential uses. And then there are childcare is allowed with a use permit. And that is it.
What about ball fields and restaurants and some of the other things that are in and around that area? How does that work?
So in many cases, those would be, our ball fields are actually in public or park. That's the green and the blue.
Okay.
So that's where those are allowed under those code sections. As far as if you're, I'd have to look specifically to see if you're referencing this in the depot, and I can look that one up. But in many cases, these are grandfathered in. So these were existing historically for a long time, and we've perpetuated that same use and allowed it to continue. So those would be considered non-conforming uses.
Non-conforming uses, I see. And so when the current structure that's in question at one point was a, I don't know what kind of use they had, but there have been many reports that they used it for short-term rental. It was probably before Airbnb and so forth. Was that a non-conforming use, or what was that historically on that building?
So when we talk about, and I'm going to have David Ruderman step in to help me a little bit because of all the changes that we have made over time to the vacation rental ordinance, there is what we, in a traditional sense, outside of the vacation rental, a legal non-conforming use is, let's say, before we changed the ordinance, that use was allowed and they were permitted and legal, and then we changed the ordinance, they would be considered a legal non-conforming use because they were
But if they stopped
allowed.
doing that activity,
Right.
and then they wanted to come back to do it, they'd have to fall under the new
Correct. So we have a
guidelines.
section of our code that talks to a period of time in which you can be basically out of service for a use. And then it also applies to structures as well when they're non-conforming and they don't meet our code. We allow certain expansions and then a complete end of that use. I want to say it's a year in our existing non-conforming code.
Okay. Thank you.
So we have to go back to one step. I did not ask the council to disclose any ex parte communications that they've had with the appellant or interested parties. So we'll do that at this point. We'll just go down the.
Oh, go down.
We'll go
the line.
down the
You
line,
do.
so we can start with Councilmember Wellender.
I have spoken to Tom Thornley, Alice Duffy, and James Bohar, and I believe I met with one other neighbor, and I'm going to call my senility in to be the cause of not recalling that individual's name, but those are the individuals that I talked specifically, or I should say, let me rephrase that, I listened to the specifics of the expressed concerns and thoughts.
Councilmember Lowe.
I spoke with Mr. Bohar.
Councilmember Ding.
I spoke with Michael Woods. That is the two months ago, and then later on, I talked with Jim Boha, and also over the phone I talked with Michael here. Yeah, Michael Huffman, yes, and also the Karen.
I apologize. Did you want it both sides? Both sides that
Both
we've
sides.
talked to? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I spoke to Mr. Woods as well,
Yeah.
his client.
Yeah.
That was in July or whenever that was.
Yeah, and so I have spoken with Mr. Ross. I toured the building. I've also spoken with Michael Heffler, and I've spoken with Jim Bohar and also Carrie Fogg. Thank you. Sorry that I missed that. All right, moving on. Any other questions of staff before we have a presentation from the appellant? All right, so let's, I would invite, who will be representing you tonight and speaking?
We have 3 of us speaking within the 15 minutes we thought was available to the applicant for the presentation.
Yes, great.
Michael Ross.
Okay.
Good evening. Michael Ross here, architect for the Ice House building. And if you could put my presentation up on the screens, I'd appreciate it. Excellent. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the City of Sonoma Planning Commission, Design Review Commission, and the Sonoma League for Historic Preservation for their many years of support. And also thank you for considering this issue, because it really has to do with we who live here and love this town, and so I understand it's a difficult one for you to consider, so thank you. The reasoning for this appeal is at the time of the 2018 use permit, we could not predict the future. We had yet to learn about the complexities of the undiscovered existing conditions or the difficulties of construction during the COVID era. If we could have predicted the future, our use permit application in 2018 would have been different. We would have asked for additional uses because there's a value model associated with these types of projects, and we limited our request to 2 simple uses of the 9 that were available. We requested residential and limited retail. Now, following completion of a 5-year restoration project, we have the perspective of time and realize that the property needs additional use flexibility for the future. The request is consistent with the intent and spirit of Sonoma's Adaptive Reuse Ordinance, which is, paraphrasing here, to safeguard the historic character and provide incentives for the preservation of historic and culturally sensitive resources in Sonoma, which this clearly does. And incentives are important for you as the City Council because it is the private sector and nonprofits that drive and fund preservation of our historic resources. While the city is not in position to write checks, it can provide reasonable incentives through the ARO for the public sector to champion these projects, just like the owner of the Ice House has. So your support of this appeal is merited. It will be consistent with the spirit and intent of the ARO, and the uses that we are proposing would be consistent with this busy, dynamic, mixed-use neighborhood and thoroughly controllable through conditions of approval. So this following presentation will be brief, and it will conclude with presentations by Tom Thornley on historic patterns of land use and Michael Woods on legal issues. If you, it looks like I have control of it. Let's see how it goes here.
And ARO is Adaptive Reuse Ordinance.
Yes. Okay. I got it. So the first we're going to talk about time. We're going to go through a overview of what the project is. And why are we doing this? To show the continuity and the thread of use from the very beginnings of this project to today. So in 1906, the first floor of what is then known as the Sonoma Valley Ice and Cold Storage Building was constructed, and the sturdy plumstone building would survive unscathed through the 1989 Loma Prieta earthquake up until the devastating Napa earthquake in 2014. In 1924, the second floor was added, which was the residential component, and this began a live-use occupancy where living above and working below began. And starting in the early or the late 1990s, it was a permitted vacation rental. And so for over 10 years, if you know or remember Ken and Claudia Wager, they operated a vacation rental, two of them, out of this property. And I believe the use was copacetic with the neighborhood. To my knowledge, I didn't believe that there was any issues associated with it. And we're asking to reinstate the vacation rental use associated with this appeal. In 2017, the property was sold. In 2014, the Napa earthquake occurred and severely damaged the building. In 2017, the building was sold. It was vacated and boarded up. In 2018, the applicant, the current owners, stepped forward, purchased the building, substantially stabilized it, and retained its integrity so it could be improved through the 2018 use permit process. What we were looking at in 2018 was approximately 9 allowable uses. The project at that time believed that it would be viable with only applying for 2, residential and limited retail. We didn't realize by going with this limited approach in 2018 that it was one and done, that the benefits and incentives of the ARO were impossible for a project like this, which, albeit was very complex, costly, and represented the complete dedication of the owner to preserve something for generations in perpetuity in Sonoma. We didn't realize we couldn't come back again. And that seems like is what the Planning Commission is saying, is that, oh no, you get one shot at this through the ARO, no matter what you're going to encounter in the future. Well, we encountered a lot. And so this included the challenges of encountering undiscovered, at the time of the 2018 use permit, contaminated soil and its removal, extremely fragile historic stone stabilization processes that needed to take place. All of the stone was repointed and restabilized and loose stones replaced. Structural renewals. We discovered a artesian well under the floor. And then what happened? COVID. Also wildfires. And so the whole phenomena of trying to construct during the COVID era was phenomenally difficult, costly, delays, logistically challenging. And so we couldn't anticipate these things where we limited our requests for use in 2018 just to 2 things, when we realized that the amount of investment thereafter was going to require a different way of approaching the project. Now, I'm pleased to say that the outcome is phenomenal, and I'd like to share a few images of what it looks like today. This is the north facade facing the Bohar residence. Aerial view. You can see the Cooperage building towards the upper part of the image and the ADU in the back. That state property, the green swath there associated with the state park. This is the great room with its new ectoskeleton structural system supporting the building. This is the preserved well with a window into the historic artesian well in the lounge. This is a view towards the west, the upstairs second floor residence, which we would like a vacation rental use applied to. The ADU in the back, ADU. And what we're looking at is the whole applicability of the adaptive reuse ordinance so it can be more flexible and allow projects like this to be able to come back to the city and to have additional uses that can support its future viability when very complicated things occur that nobody can predict. And so I'm hopeful that you will be able to approach this process and look at it holistically, not just purely through the lens of the current language of the adaptive reuse ordinance. So with this, I would like to introduce Tom Thornley, who will speak about patterns of land use. I'll be available to speak to this project if you have any questions. Thank you very much for allowing me to make this presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Ross.
Okay. Hi, I'm Tom.
We have like two and a half minutes left?
2.5.
Yeah. 10 and 5.
We can speak as members of the public as well with the 3 minutes.
That's true, they can just.
They can.
But I think under the circumstances, I mean.
I think we can give you a little more time, but I just wanted
not
to be
as
clear.
Not
on
as
the
much
time.
as Supervisor Rabbit, but you know.
Okay. I may run a little over 3 minutes, but
Yeah.
not too much.
I just wanted you to be aware of the time, so.
Okay. My name is Tom Thornley. I live at 716 2nd Street East. In essence, what we're discussing tonight is a threefold issue: land use, our adaptive reuse ordinance, and historic preservation. At the Planning Commission hearing, several of the neighbors of this project said it should be denied because, as I quote, "It is creeping commercialism in our neighborhood." The facts clearly demonstrate otherwise. Here are the facts. In 1850, surveyor Jasper O'Farrell prepared a plot map of about 40 acres of the town, dividing it into various size town lots and various size outlots. The town lots were on the plaza, the outlots were surrounding the plaza. 33 years later, in 1883, the town of Sonoma was officially incorporated. 3 short years later, in 1886, a wood frame cooperage building, which you see in yellow right there, was built at 301 First Street West. That's a photo taken from Shockin Hill, and you're looking south down First Street West. In 1906, the cooperage building was torn down, and the Sonoma Valley Ice and Cold Storage Building was built. 7 years later, in 1913, the invention of refrigeration, the ice plant closed and was sold to Henry Hewer, and the building again became another cooperage. In 1924, the Hewers added the second floor as a live-work space and rented out the lower floor and barn. For the next 60 years, saw many commercial uses of both the barn and the main building. These included a World War II armory, a Naval Reserve facility, a brewery, an automotive repair garage, a storage facility, and finally an art studio downstairs and 3 short-term rental bed and breakfasts upstairs. The city then deemed the bed and breakfast an illegal use because it was in an unreinforced masonry building. Shortly thereafter, in 2014, the Napa earthquake severely damaged the building. It was yellow tagged by the building department and temporarily shored up by the previous owner in order to keep it from collapsing into a pile of rubble. I refer back to let me see if I can do this. I refer back to this photo. Now, it's the same photo. Note the surrounding vacant land that is shaded in a light blue. That is where most of the neighbors here tonight now live. Plaza Gardens Apartments, the upper shaded area, wasn't built until the 1980s, 7 decades after the construction of the Ice House. And the majority of the houses in the lower portion were built in 1997, 9 decades after construction of the Ice House. So with the exception of the yellow tag and subsequent seismic retrofit and rehabilitation time, the continuous commercial use of the Ice House buildings dates back 118 years. If you count the previous wood frame cooperage building, the commercial use of this property dates back 138 years. This is long before any of the neighbors or anybody in this room was even born, long before most all the neighboring houses were built, 20 years before Sonoma City Hall was built, and about 50 years before Sonoma even had a zoning ordinance. Opposition to this appeal is an ironic version of Not in My Backyard. Ironic because the backyard we are talking about is not really that of the residents. If anything, the residential use encroached upon the backyard of 301 First Street West, which it had enjoyed for 9 decades. There is simply no creeping commercialism in our neighborhood going on here. Rather, what has occurred over the decades has been a case of creeping residential use, which, by the way, we don't object to. One quick anecdotal story about the intensity of the last commercial use of the Ice House, which most of these neighbors here tonight are well aware of. The last active use was an art studio downstairs. The owners lived upstairs and ran a 3-room B&B. The owners also lived in one of those 3 rooms. However, when all the rooms were booked, they moved into a trailer that was parked in a dirt driveway alongside the building. Now compare that to the alternative to the modest request we have before you tonight. The vote you cast this evening is more than a vote on the future of this award-winning preservation project. It is a vote for the importance, the significance, and the very relevance of our city's adaptive reuse ordinance. Among the several uses specifically allowed in the adaptive reuse ordinance are wine tasting and vacation rentals. Keep in mind that our adaptive reuse ordinance, there is no written or even implied one and done clause. It says once you request a specific use listed in the ARO, you can't change your mind. The approved use was never perfected with a business license to run the limited retail. Not one single person spent one night upstairs. This is a clearly discretionary decision you will make tonight. If you don't approve this appeal, it sends a clear message that 138 years of continuous commercial use, land use of this property does not matter. That 118 years of continuous commercial use of this anchor building in a newly recognized historic district does not matter. That our city's adaptive reuse ordinance does not matter. That essentially in the town of Sonoma, historic preservation.
I apologize, Mr. Thornley, but
5 words here.
Thank you.
The town of Sonoma, historic preservation, the very thing that defines this town, really does not matter. Please make historic preservation matter and approve our appeal tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, as we said, what we're going to do is we're going to open it up for public comment, and then you can make comments then.
Great.
Okay.
And then we'd still have 5 minutes for
And
rebuttal at the end.
then you will have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Perfect.
And I just want to also everybody to be aware that in this procedure of a public hearing, this is the procedure the appellant has brought the procedure here, and they have paid for this procedure. And so it's the process that happens when you have this type of public hearing, and when an appellant is bringing, wanting to reverse a decision. So I just want to make sure when we go into the timing for the public hearing, I'm going to still have to be pretty clear about the 3 minutes. I will give some people some extra time, a little bit, but it's since this is their time and their hearing, I want to make sure that they're able to bring their case forward. Thank you. So at this point, I will open the, I want to make sure I'm doing this right. At this time, I will open the public hearing. And everybody will have 3 minutes at this point.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Rivas. 5 points for me. I'm Michael Woods, 846 Broadway, attorney for the applicant and the appellant. First, staff recommended approval of our application when it went to the Planning Commission. The reason staff recommends denial now is because they are duty-bound to follow the decision of the Planning Commission. Part of that first point, too, is at the Planning Commission meeting, under questioning from the chair, the city attorney, Mr. Ruderman, advised the Planning Commission that they could legally approve this application if they chose to make the findings. So the city attorney's view, and he's on the Zoom, so he can clarify this if he needs to, of course. I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, but it's in the record from the Planning Commission meeting. City attorney's view was that you, the council, as the commission then, could make findings to approve if you choose to do so. You are not precluded to do so by any language in the ARO. Leslie McCrown and Mac simply wanted to buy, sell, trade, and enhance this property to add value and to allow it to be maintained in years to come. The issue that we have tonight is that the Planning Commission decision is now precedent. Right now, as Ms. Gates has informed me, staff is duty-bound to apply the ARO the way the Planning Commission interpreted it unless you uphold this appeal. That means that in the city of Sonoma, you only get one shot at an ARO, that is Adaptive Reuse Ordinance Conditional Use Permit. That language is not in the code. So tonight, we ask that you give direction that in this city, the ARO does not include any such, as has been referred to, one-and-done sort of provision. The new information, Councilmember Dean, that came to our attention the day before the last hearing was provided mainly by Glenn Ikemoto, who was one of the previous owners of the property. And he provided some compelling information that suggested that there was a continuing legal nonconforming use for a 3-unit B&B, 3-unit vacation rental at the property. This property was specific, it took us some time to review this. This property was specifically acknowledged as one of the allowed existing legal uses of vacation rentals in Sonoma in the 1999 ordinance, 1999-4, that the City Council adopted at that time. In 2013, there was a cease and desist order issued that said the owners could not continue using the property as a vacation rental use unless and until the seismic retrofit was completed. The owners at that time understood that to mean they needed to work toward getting the seismic retrofit done, and once it was done, they could resume that use. That's what the Waggers understood, as I understand it. That's what Glenn Ikemoto understood. He spent about $78,000 moving toward getting the retrofit done, decided to buy another property that became available to him, sold to Leslie McCrown, 1890 Cooperage LLC, and it was her understanding that once she finished the earthquake retrofit, she could resume the ordinance. And we think there is room for a strong argument that the completion of the seismic retrofit, which has been signed off on within the last few months, we're still within a 12-month period where that use could be resumed. We don't want to assert that because we have an application before you for a modern-day use permit for a vacation rental use for 2 units with conditions of approval that could require fully relinquishing any claim that anybody might ever assert to a non-conforming use, which we think is the right way to go about this. We did review, lastly, the opponent's attorney, the 20-page letter that was delivered late yesterday. It didn't change my view at all on our position on the correct applicability of the adaptive reuse ordinance. In my view, the categorical exemptions staff have relied upon under CEQA are applicable, and you have the ability to uphold the appeal and give direction to prepare conditions of approval for the requested uses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Please come forward.
Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Bruce Crawford. I live at 836 Broadway in Sonoma. I'm also the CFO of Thornley Associates, the general contractor that executed the ice house. Tonight, however, I'm speaking on behalf of Alice Duffy Healy, who could not be here in person. Alice is a Sonoma-based architectural historian and has been consulting on the ice house project since 2018. And as such, during this time, she wrote both historical resource evaluations, otherwise known as HREs. I want to present you with a few of Alice's thoughts on the state of historic preservation in Sonoma, and on this project specifically. First, the ice house restoration is a quintessential historic preservation project. 1, a person falls in love with a building. 2, a person formulates a vision for what the building can be. And 3, the project is much more complicated than it initially appeared. Fortunately for this iconic building, its owners did the right thing for the building at every twist and turn. They showed tunnel vision focus on their goal, which was to guarantee the building's long-term viability. They propped up the building with Jenga-like piers for months to install a most complex of seismic retrofits. They uncovered a 19th century well, and instead of filling it with concrete, which most people do, they restored and celebrated and showcased it with lighting, pumps, a glass cover, and graphic displays. They encountered hundreds of tons of hazardous waste, and instead of avoiding the remediation, they carted off the soil load after load, a thankless job. And why did they do all of this work? What was the incentive? It was certainly not financial. It has been Alice's experience that, and I quote, historic preservation in Sonoma is pretty much a flowery conversation topic that is bandied about in polite society, end quote. We talk about how important Sonoma's history is. It drives tourism, it bolsters property values, it improves the quality of life. Some of us stand up at meetings and comment on other people's projects. Some of us dive into research and unearth more reasons for people to love Sonoma's history. But very few of us commit our hearts, souls, and pocketbooks to doing the dirty business of actually doing the historic preservation. And why is that? Well, tonight is a prime example of why. There are just no incentives for preservation in Sonoma. We do not have a Mills Act program, a tax credit for homeowners. We do not use federal historic preservation tax credits. We do not have grants. We rarely give recognition for historic projects, except for the League, thank you, Robert Demler. And we do not even have a place to get good advice. What we do have is the adaptive reuse ordinance. It gives a modicum of flexibility on how to repurpose.
Mr. Crawford, can you try to wrap up, please?
I'm wrapping it up, yes. And reuse our historic buildings to ensure their long-term viability. It applies if you're building historic, if your project retains the character style of the neighborhood, and if your project meets a long list of other criteria. So tonight, Alice wants to emphasize that the future Sonoma preservationists are out there watching keenly. They're going to decide for themselves if Sonoma is 1, obstructionist, how hard will my project be, is it even worth it, or 2, is Sonoma historic, supportive of private historic preservation efforts? Are they willing to work with me in order to maximize the benefit and use of the adaptive reuse ordinance? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford.
Excuse me, Jim. You go first, please.
Let me go first. I got to say something. Oh, sure. Thank you. I'm Tom Dunlap, and I own the Swiss Hotel, and also all the property across the street from this building. I take great umbrage of what this man just said, making a comment about we just have flowery talk about rehabilitating our historic buildings, and we don't take it seriously or do it in a way that preserves it for our posterity. It's completely wrong, sir. There are several buildings around the square that have been rehabilitated, and the Swiss Hotel is one of them that we spent a great deal of money on, ran into things that we didn't expect. I'm not standing here and whining about it, asking for something special because of that. We knew that those things are difficult. This project was done, give me a moment here, for someone who saw it as an art project, something almost capricious, I believe, and to come back and ask for additional concessions, I think is inappropriate, and it does not fit in this neighborhood where people live and work. And there will be additional traffic problems that will be caused by having that type of facility there that I think are not, also haven't been discussed. So that's all I want to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Dunlap. Mr. Bohar? Yeah. We won't start your time until you get that set up. That's what I was going to say.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Rivas and members of the council and staff. I'm Jim Bohar. I live at 299 First Street West. This area that you see is our First Street West neighborhood, residential neighborhood. The residents are in green, as you can see. There's a lot of green, and there's one pink right in the middle of it. That's the ice house. The numbers indicate the locations, and they start on your left and they go to the right. So every time I hit a number, that's a location on the map, on the aerial that we prepared with a graphic artist. I will show how in the past 25 years, our residential initiatives have been influential toward a progressively expanding residential character and community, not commercial. The word dynamic was used, I believe. It is dynamic, but it is going towards more residential, not commercial, certainly. I will show you, number one, look on the left side. It sees Walt and Auteur wine tasting, which has been referenced a bunch of times. Those are legal non-conforming uses. They occurred before the zoning changed. We want them changed back to residential. So the neighbors got involved with the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission required those chairs to be removed in the front of Walt and replaced with a residential garden. The same thing happened over at Auteur. They volunteered after the neighbors talked to them to take their seating and put it in the back and add a garden. So it's a nice entryway to the gateway of our community. Two, in 2018, we supported the Planning Commission's approval of the McQuon single-family residence, a pied-à-terre, if you will. The conditions of approval were agreed to with the neighbors to protect the neighborhood. No VRBOs, very limited retail. Number three, this is Mr. Dunlap's property right across the street from the cooperage. Architectural plans have been written by local architect Vic Conforti, who I believe is here tonight. Number four is my home right next door to the cooperage, Christine and my home. We received 2 Historic Preservation of the Year awards, one for the old Sebastiani house in front and one for the barn in the back. There were 6 new residences built since 1969. 4 of them are right there on our driveway that we allowed to be built by granting an easement to them. Number 6, we work with the owner at 249 First Street West and the Planning Commission to recognize the historical nature of our community, which modified the original project to create a single-family residence with an ADA in the front. 7, Friar Creek, which is that blue line that runs along the east side of the street, was restored as a neighborhood amenity with the recommendation to the city engineer and the public works director. We worked for 20 years to have that happen. Collaborate with citizens groups and city staff to relocate the homeless shelter to a more suitable and expanded location. Under the current project, the appellant's project, with an ambiguous structure, it appears that the city will receive a minimum amount of new revenue at the expense of our neighborhood. Please deny this appeal. This commercial project in no way is compatible with our residential neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bohar.
My name is Steve Weisiger. My family owns a property next door to the Depot Restaurant, surrounded by Arnold Field and the Field of Dreams practice field. We've been here since 1988. We've been here for 36 years. We've seen a lot of changes. There used to be a jail here. Field of Dreams didn't exist. Emergency shelter didn't exist. We've seen a lot. My car's been hit by baseballs. You know, we've been here. We've lived it all. The Roosters were running the plaza at the time. I'm confused because there's a swimming pool that was not mentioned on the slides that presented by Jennifer Gates. I thought it was a good presentation, but it says there's 3 parking spaces, but I see a swimming pool. I don't see any parking spaces, which is a huge burden. I live next to a restaurant. I can see the activity. You publish hours, that goes out the window. That's when the customers are there. The actual hours are dawn until dusk and pretty much 24/7 by 365. If the building needs a repair, the contractor's going to show up at 6:30, 7 a.m. They don't care about ordinances. They care about getting the job done. The restaurant wants to be in business by the time the customers show up. So the published hours are misrepresenting that. I really appreciated the history lesson, but let me frame this for you where I'm coming from. We can talk about the history of all of Sonoma and break it down to every individual lot. The bottom line is at some point you zone this neighborhood R2. And that's an agreement. That's something you tell us so that when we put our life savings into a property and establish our home, we expect that's what it's going to be moving forward and that the rules apply to everyone. And they're saying, hey, this isn't one and done. We should be able to ask for anything forever. Well, here's the thing. If you had asked for these things up front, we would have had a lot different feedback than we had when we were told it was a residence and a limited retail. We really liked that. At this point, you've got a gigantic facility which is going to become the biggest hotel with a built-in wine bar, and you have a current rule that says you can't use the kitchen for a restaurant. That's going to turn into it's going to have food. This is a hotel going into the middle of the most pristine, densely populated area of the street. Let me use my remaining time to explain something to you. I've seen so much over the years, but since about 2021, 2022, this neighborhood has changed dramatically. The stadium was built at the high school. We don't see things used as much anymore. This feels more like a residential than it's ever felt in these 36 years. Maxwell built soccer fields. We don't see the adult soccer. The adults used to play right behind my house and kick the ball at my house to clear the ball. That's a soccer technique. And that thing would hit the second story of my side of my house. I don't see them anymore. They're somewhere else. Furthermore, Arnold Field, it's not home to the high school games. The restaurant changed ownership. Oh my goodness. The previous owners, I knew them very well. They explained to me to be profitable, we had to do events. They were doing weddings 3 or more nights a week.
Mr. Reisiger, I'm going to try to ask you to
Okay, I'll
try to wrap it up. Thank you.
There are no more special events. The new owners of the depot do not do special events. Our quality of life has changed dramatically. So I know I have a firsthand preview of what it's like to be with an intense presence of all this and without. And on every front, meaning Arnold Field, Field of Dream, it's all decreased and it feels like a residential neighborhood. Do not condemn us for hosting 4th of July once a year. Do not condemn us for picnic tables where they host birthday parties. That is not a reason to get a foothold of more commercial activity. Thank you for the extra time.
Thank you. And do you mind moving this so we can see people that are speaking? Thank you very much.
It's artwork.
My name is Greg Smith, and I'm reading this presentation on behalf of the neighbor's attorney, Rose Zoya, who regrets she cannot be here tonight. The neighbors supported the 2018 project for the adaptive reuse of the ice house with important and enforceable conditions of approval, including the ground floor restricted to the, quote, limited retail use consisting of a lifestyle retail store, unquote, and specifically prohibiting, quote, further use of the property for short-term vacation rentals, unquote. The owner restored and renovated the ice house and remodeled the barn, and it is now a completed project based on the 2018 approval. Fully renovated, remodeled, adaptively reused, and restricted to limited retail use with short-term vacation rental use prohibited. The appellant's architect testified before the Planning Commission that, quote, the goal of this application is to partially offset the cost of the project, unquote, and acknowledged it, quote, is an odd thing to come back retroactively and ask you for this consideration, but it's really as a method to increase the value of, potentially, of the property to assist in its resale, unquote. As the commissioner explained, quote, cost isn't our issue. We're the Planning Commission and we have nothing to do with the economic viability of any applicant, unquote. Same with this council. The Adaptive Reuse Ordinance requires specific findings to allow historic structures to be used for purposes not otherwise allowed in the base zone. In the interest of time, they are set out on page 4 of Ms. Zoya's letter. The restoration and renovation was approved in 2018 and completed in 2023. So this project cannot, quote, restore and rehabilitate a historic structure that has fallen into such a level of despair that the economic benefits of adaptive reuse are necessary to stem further deterioration, correct deficient conditions, or avoid demolition. This finding cannot be made. Appellants claim that denial is contrary to ordinance because the ordinance does not preclude successive applications for allowable uses, diverts from the real issue. The purposes of the ARO were fully realized with the approval of the 2018 project, which was built out to a fully renovated, restored project, and findings cannot be made as a matter of law. Please see Exhibit A to Ms. Zoya's letter. Further, the use permitting WTUP findings cannot be made because the vacation rental and wine tasting facility are not compatible with the existing and future neighborhood uses. The CEQA issue is set out in Ms. Zoya's letter, and in the interest of time will not be repeated here. It is relevant only if this council grants the appeal, which cannot be done as a matter of law. The neighbors respectfully request this council affirm the commission's decision and deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. So we're going to have to take a vote in a few minutes to continue the meeting because it's almost 9 o'clock. And so we're going to continue public comment. But before we do that, we have to first take a vote, because I'm seeing that there's other public comment, and we're coming up on 9 o'clock. Should we wait?
We don't need to take a vote unless we're going to move to a new matter, but since this one has already, the hearing's already been
Okay.
opened prior to 9.
Thank you. So we are going to take a 5-minute break, and just a very quick break. We're ready.
We're ready.
There you go. Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm so happy to see the line. I appreciate that, so we can get a sense. So going forward, I am going to really keep it to 3 minutes because of the time, and we do have another item on the agenda, so I will let you know if you go over 3 minutes that your time is up. Thank you. You can come forward, please.
My name is Carol Heffler, and my husband Michael and I live at 293 First Street West. We moved to Sonoma 3.5 years ago to be close to our family. We were so happy to find our quiet tree-lined street, a peaceful neighborhood free from commercial creep. Now, the quiet of our neighborhood is threatened by the McQuan's intention to open a wine tasting place with a hot tub and pool and an Airbnb on the second floor. This would be at the Cooperage, just one house away from ours. There's no parking available for this. But more importantly, the noise generated by people drinking wine, staying overnight, and using the hot tub and pool would ruin the peacefulness and atmosphere of our neighborhood. This proposed use would adversely affect the welfare of the residents of our area. It would also set a dangerous precedent. How many other wine tasting facilities would imitate and bring their guests overnight into quiet Sonoma neighborhoods? It's despicable that a billionaire couple like the McQuans are trying to disrupt our quiet neighborhood just because they feel entitled. There is no consideration for the people who live in this neighborhood. Please vote against their proposed amendment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for your time also. I know it's really getting late, but I think we all have to stand here as neighbors and just say, I'm Andrea Huff, and I live at 289 First Street West with my husband in the cul-de-sac that is right off of First Street West. And we live, in essence, right next door also to the ice house. And as a neighbor, I am so hoping that the city council will agree with the planning commissioners and deny the ice house appeal. Our residential neighborhood is so quiet and peaceful, which is the very reason we purchased our home there 12 years ago. We were looking for years to find the right place. We knew we were going to be in Sonoma for the rest of our lives, and it was a matter of finding the right spot. Well, we found the right spot, and now, of course, we're really questioning, oh no, I mean, are we going to lose this very peaceful spot that we love so much? If the appeal is granted, we would have to deal with so much additional noise, so much traffic, and the whole parking issue I can't even imagine, because we have, a no outlet street, and people will be constantly turning and driving down our street looking for parking. And the front of our home and our entire outdoor area face the back of the ice house, where all of their pool, their seating area, where all the partying would be, where anyone who is spending the night or at the wine, doing any wine tasting, would be out in this area. And we would have, I think, a huge amount of additional noise coming our direction because it is all facing north, and we spend so much of our time outside, and we would hear all of this. So we really feel this would reduce the quality of life that we currently have. We also fear it would really reduce the value of our home and make our neighborhood less desirable. This is strictly a neighborhood, a residential neighborhood, of very upscale homes at this point, and we feel like this would really reduce, beyond the damage that it would do to our neighborhood, we think it sets a very poor precedent. It sets the precedent that if you have money, and if you spend the money, and if you hire lawyers, and if you take your time and come back and ask for anything you wish, that perhaps you can get it through. And we think that's so much the wrong message to be sending. So I would just say, I'm very hopeful that the only reason...
Thank you, Isaf.
Thank you. The only reason, can I just say, that I would ask you to please reconsider and not grant, this appeal that they are requesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have a couple of photos. I have several copies. Can I pass those around?
You can hand them to our Assistant City Clerk, Deputy City Clerk, excuse me.
Good evening, council members. My name is Michael Huff, and my wife and I live at 289 First Street West, and you just heard from my wife. We purchased the home in 2013, but we have also rented a second home in the town of Sonoma since 1998, so we've been around for quite a while. We're grateful for the opportunity to express our opposition to the proposed changes to the permit, to include a wine tasting and a vacation rental. The appellant is basically asking that all the original conditions of the permit be revoked or overridden, and they're asking basically for carte blanche. I'm sure you're aware that we're zoned medium density residential. As a former restaurateur and VRBO owner, I think I'm in a unique position to speak to VRBO ownership and the unique challenges that it presents to a neighborhood. We closed our rental business 2 years ago because it has just become very difficult for vacation rentals. The clients they don't obey the rules, they're disruptive to the neighbors, they're noisy. As you can see from the pictures that I gave you on the second photo, you can see that the pool is just outside the ADU, and on the first photo, you can see that the fence is just a wire fence, and all of that activity is all on the north side of the building and the ADU. So any activity outside is going to be on the north side with all the sound reflected all to our cul-de-sac. Basically, giving us nothing but noise, noise, and more noise. I don't really understand what the owner thinks they're going to get out of making it a VRBO, considering they have the building up for sale. And in terms of I'm sorry. In terms of a wine tasting room, it's just completely out of character for the neighborhood. There's children across the street. There's children playing up and down our street all the time. We do have ballparks. Children walk up to the ballpark. It's just not a conducive to an environment of a residential neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huff.
Good evening. My name is Pete Weed. I live at 195 Guadalupe Drive. You have a letter from me dated July 12th. In the interest of time, I will not repeat that except to say that it appears that the owner has now chosen to sell the building, and in the process of doing that is trying to enhance its value as a consequence of adding these additional uses for the building. I'd also point out today in the Index Tribune there were two letters. I don't know if the individuals who wrote those letters are here, but I refer to those letters also in opposition to this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weed.
Hi, my name is Carrie Fogg. I've spent 27 years happily living in my cute little house at 291 First Street West. This project will adversely affect the welfare of the area's residents. Regarding the findings to be fulfilled to approve this, number one, does this enhance our small neighborhood? Traffic noise and congestion are going to disturb the tranquility. Number two, does it promote the character of the neighborhood? That character will be forever changed by adding a business to this area of single-family homes. Three, does this preserve the residential ambiance of the area? No. A constant stream of visitors tasting wine and using the pool will disrupt the serenity of even our backyards, especially our backyards, I think. Will it protect the area? That's number four. Hardly. There will be more visitors, trash, and parking problems. Number five, will it promote private ownership? No. Private will become a business for investment purposes. And then, the size of this project is very concerning. Each level of the ice house has over 2,500 square feet. That is 5,000 feet total for the front property and another 800 in the ADU. I imagine that even the 2,500 in the downstairs is much bigger than any of the wine tasting rooms around the plaza. You can pack a lot of wine drinkers into that space, and that will also create a huge parking and noise problem. Think of the parties. The traffic and noise resulting from a continuous parade of visitors would totally disrupt any sense of a peaceful neighborhood of single-family residences. Please reject this misguided plan to commercialize an established neighborhood of homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fogg.
Hi. My name is Nedra Peterson. My dad built Plaza Gardens, which is adjacent to the property under consideration. There's 16 condominium units. My newly deceased brother negotiated with the owner. And with all due respect for these three gentlemen, which I have a lot of respect for, and I'm sure they're well paid by the owner to represent them, represent her. Noise, traffic, parking has always been a problem there, to the degree that when construction parking, the city allowed them to go down to Babe Ruth. That's how much it impacts the neighborhood. And I'm just simply asking you to decline this appeal.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Hello, Tom.
Hi again. So, since you tend to ignore just about everything I have to say, I'm going to try this somewhat
We
differently.
certainly don't. You keep me up at night.
I'm going to speak in favor of the applicant's appeal in the spirit of Jonathan Swift. I agree with the applicant, the appellant. This is a modest proposal. I also agree that your planning commission is lazy. Your staff is too. Their recommendations can't be relied upon tonight. And you should overrule them. They don't care about historic preservation in Sonoma. We have a dire affordable vacation rental problem in this town. There are far too many full-time residences in this neighborhood. We also have more wine tasting. We need more wine tasting venues here too. Adding a pool and overnight uses to a wine bar is novel. Now, when the FDA finally gets around to declaring that there is no safe level of alcohol consumption, then, as the European Union's already done, all the wine venues on the plaza are going to want to do this too. And we will have created some precedent for them to come back and change the conditions of their use permits. I also want to thank the applicants. This kind of caught me off guard. We kind of know this, that philanthropy is always connected with some kind of quid pro quo. And only poor people give their money away without the expectation of some, poor people and fools, without some expectation of something coming back for that. So as you can see, I'm once again passionate about something I didn't even plan to speak on tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Collin.
Hello, council members. My name is Christine Bohar, and I live at 299 First Street West. I've lived on First Street West for over 40 years, and I know most of my neighbors and their children. I have seen many changes on our street, too, mostly, primarily, new and historically remodeled residences. Over 10, in fact, as were pointed out on our thing. There has been no new commercial construction since I have been living there. At the very southern end of our street are the 3 wine tasting rooms. These were approved with many restrictions, and they are located directly off the plaza. To put a VRBO and a wine tasting facility in the middle of our overwhelmingly residential neighborhood does not enhance, preserve, or protect our neighborhood, but rather it does the opposite. It encourages commercial sprawl, sorry to use the word you don't like, which brings congestion, noise, and chaos to our residential neighborhood. We welcome the McQuans in 2018. We appreciate the fine restoration of an historic building. We were led to believe it was just that, an historic residence for Ms. McQuan and a small store and ADU. The McQuans received everything they asked for, including a parking credit. They spent 5 years, and it is completely finished. The Planning Commission says it's completed. On April 18th, they voted 7-0 to deny the new application for wine tasting and VRBO permits. The city staff now recommends this to deny this appeal as well. You, the city council, appointed the planning commissioners for their expertise in evaluating our codes and regulations. Please listen to them and deny this inappropriate appeal. For all we know, you will deny the VRBO and allow the wine tasting. Then we, the neighbors, not the McQuans, will endure wine tasting with guests and their club members who are invited to enjoy the wine and pool and the grand, elegant residence, which it is, in which to stay overnight or longer and party just for a few dollars more for the income for the city. Please keep our charming neighborhood as it was originally agreed to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bohar.
Good evening. My name is Victor Zarzana. My wife was raised in Sonoma, and I'm a 50-year resident. I am retired now, however, currently employed part-time by 2 Sonoma Valley local wineries. I want to speak for a few minutes, evidently 3 or less, about why I urge you to deny the appeal before you. During my 10 years of involvement in the local wine industry, I have seen a dramatic decrease in customer visits to our Sonoma Valley wineries. Many people I know in the industry have noticed this trend as well. Young people are not drinking wine any longer. They like the craft bourbon and beers. The cost of gas is too much to travel, or travel is too much, and the cost of tastings are astronomical. Are reasons, some of the reasons I often hear. Whatever the reasons, it is a fact, and we do not need a tasting room that is an exception to zoning rules in our city limits. We don't need another tasting room at this time. After reviewing the document submitted to the city by the DLR group on March 6, 2024, I see a few red flags. This application for wine tasting room does not list a brand or an owner. If approved, this leaves the field wide open. Jim and Christine Bohar have pointed out some of the pitfalls in such an action. Will there be indoor tasting, outdoor tasting, or a combination? Wine by the pool, anybody? I would just say that the city would be buying a pig in a poke, and Sonoma doesn't need that right now. The request for VRBO should flatly be denied. VRBOs are not allowed within the city limits of Sonoma. The stated reason for the appeal, as I understand it, is to add commercial value to the property for resale value. It's not the responsibility of the city to make up for unforeseen cost overruns of any project. See the letter, see the letter written by Peter Weed, July 12th, 2024 for explanation. Number 3, parking. Enough said about that, but there's no parking. I'm not even sure what a parking credit is, but I do know what 10 or 15 or 20 cars are looking for a parking space. It's not going to happen. Very real concern of mine is, if approved, this project puts the city of Sonoma on a very slippery slope. What is to stop another person or group of persons from wanting to run a VRBO within the city limits? They could always point to the action, if approved, and say, they got theirs, why can't I have mine? The same would go for a tasting room in a residential area. The combination
Thank
of...
you, Mr. Zoisana.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Peter Mathis. I live at 287 First Street West. It's 2 doors to the north of the cooperage. I want to say that I'm a winemaker, a farmer, and an owner of a wine brand, and I'll want to resonate with what he said. It's dire times in our industry. But I'm here to, I want to quickly rebut in a way, or push back against the idea that the business that the Wagers ran, Ken and Claudia, at the cooperage in their period of ownership, was comparable or similar to what's being proposed now. The first part, the studio, was simply where Claudia made art. It was open maybe once a year to the public when they did the art trails kind of thing. It wasn't a business per se. She simply produced art in quietude in the lower portion of the building. The upper part was both their residence, a residence that I've dined in many a night. They rented rooms, an Airbnb type of arrangement, and it was carefully, very carefully, they ran a tight ship. There was no noise, there was no brouhaha. There never once in the time that I've lived there did I ever hear anything come from that house. Now, my neighbors may have heard something, but I've lived there since 2002, so I had a decade of overlap with them, I think, or a little more. Anyway, I just think it's different. The VRBOs are clearly more noise generating and subject to some real abuse of the rules. We read about it all the time. I won't belabor the point. But add a pool and some alcohol in the mix, and it's pretty volatile. The other thing, if I have just a minute more, I just want to say that the thing that's most worrisome to me is that for me, the feeling is that there are different rules for wealthy people. I know I couldn't get a wine tasting room, and let me tell you, I need one. I mean, I really, really need one. I live 2 doors from there. I really need one, but I know I can't have one. I'm not going to ask you. It just seems crazy to me that our elected representatives would ever consider impinging the community on my beloved street for this purpose. I urge you to reject.
Thank you, Mr. Mathis.
Victor Conforti, local architect. I just want to start with some history of mine with that neighborhood. I designed the project Plaza Gardens years ago for Nedra's father and another builder, and it's been, it's very unusual. It's way in the back to build the homes, so it's a very private. There's a courtyard space in the design, and so the people that live there are very well connected with one another. They see one another. They know one another. There's nothing that you would get without having an arrangement like that, and so they're really afraid that this is going to change their use of or their interest in living there. The project that project had 16 units, and it's a very special location. Also, Tom Dunlap mentioned the Swiss Hotel. I was involved with the restoration of that as well, and it was a leap of faith in a way to tackle an adobe building and retrofitting it for seismic, and they put up with all the unknowns and the difficulties that occurred, but came out with the exact same restaurant that they started with, and back to the T, actually, very little change in terms of the use or the building itself. But the important thing here, I think, is that you could see a very kind of special community here that on that street that has both deep roots like the Dunlaps and people who have moved there, and they live there full time, and they've spent years creating a community of friends and family, and it doesn't seem fair to ask these neighbors to accept a change of use that is significant from a single family resident upstairs and boutique retail on the first floor. This is entirely different. It just doesn't seem fair to ask them to accept a higher impact project when they purchased these homes years ago, but then seeing the various changes to this project is really asking them to do something that
Thank you, Mr.
is
Conforti.
not fair. So thank you.
Hello. My name is Michael Heffler. I'm at 293 First Street West. I want to thank these gentlemen here who are getting paid so well for bringing our neighborhood together so well. But I also want to make a point of an email that I sent before the last meeting that was never addressed. There's 3 different things that are going on here that are going to affect the revenue of the city. Those 3 things are, Michael Ross said that when they want to change it to a wine tasting and a VRBO so they can make some of the money back that they invested. That is insane. You know that. You're an accountant. They're going to make their money back because of the tax loss on this building. That's where they're going to make their money back, not on the incremental, which is probably what they're paying these guys that they'd get from a wine tasting. That's number 1. Number 2 is, why limit who you're going to sell a building to? Why say it only has to be a wine tasting and a VRBO? Why don't you just sell it to whoever wants to buy it? I don't know. Doesn't make sense to me. And then third, I've spoken to a number of different real estate people, And I say, I live next to the cooperage, and they all say the same thing. That is overpriced. They're probably paying Ginger Martin to keep it on the market at that price. They're never going to be able to sell it at that price. So you got a situation where, why do this? Why lie about how you're going to get a return on your investment?
Excuse me?
Yeah, that's the word.
So,
insults really are not appropriate in this hearing, as far as
I'm not insulting you. I'm saying there was a
So,
lie. Yeah, but I'll be
back
nice.
to- back
I'll be
to-
nice.
okay, thank
I'll
you.
be nice. And then lastly, why set it at a price that no one's going to buy it at? And I contend, because I wrote this weeks ago, and they've read what I've written, and they've never responded to it, and certainly the Quans haven't responded to it. I think what they want to do is move their wine tasting from First and Patton to the cooperage, in which case there's no new revenue for the city. The property tax for the city is next to nothing because it was $1.6 million. So this is not a good situation. Now, I could be wrong, but this was set out there 3 or 4 weeks ago. They had a stay to respond to new information. There was never a response to this. I would say, look at what's going on here, because it seems to be a certain amount of deception. And it seems to be something that's clearly not good for our neighborhood. And it seems to be a precedent that you don't want to set, to have a hotel and a wine tasting together in the same building. Thank you. Thank you for your public service.
thank you, Mr. Heffler.
My name is Glenn Ikamoto. I live at 324 2nd Street East. I am the prior owner of what I will always call the cooperage. And I've been asked to talk about its commercial uses at the time I purchased it. I bought the building in 2014 from an elderly couple in their 80s named the Waigers. They were both basically artists, and they made their living by short-term rentals of 3 units upstairs. And in fact, they had a little bit of retail downstairs because they were always hitting me up to buy something. But in December of 2013, the building had reached a state of disrepair that it was no longer safe for public access. But there's an exemption down to 2 residential units, and that's what they were given. So they were given a cease and desist order, said you can no longer, I'll read from the order. You are hereby ordered to immediately cease and desist use and advertising of the building as a bed and breakfast inn, transient lodging, commercial use, public accommodation, or any other than a 1 or 2 family dwelling. So those were all the uses that people were expecting to go on in that building at that time. Now, the cease and desist order said you can restart your commercial activities once you accomplish enough shoring up of the building to make it safe for public access. So, as the buyer of that property, I certainly believe that those rights ran with the land and were not extinguished by expiration, and that upon completion of the renovations, I could restart those commercial uses. And I had never received any notice that anything from that understanding changed. Never. So I'd like to, they've covered pretty much everything I wanted to say, so I'll just make a couple of responses to the things I heard that I think are incorrect. You should not be considering parking. By the act renovating that building, the owner was granted the assumption that there are 17 parking spaces associated with that building. That's more than enough for what they want to do. The idea of one swing at the bat, I turned to the owner of the Swiss Hotel. If he suddenly found that the restaurant business was no longer profitable and decided, I want to change to retail, and was told, well, you know, you got permitted as a restaurant, so you can't. I don't think that he'd find that acceptable. one of the things I know about real estate is it's priced based on the facts on the ground. And the facts are that
Thank you, Mr. Komodo. Finish. You can finish your sentence.
that building existed, its use as a commercial entity existed, and prices of real estate reflected that. And all of this is about people buying discounted property near an airport and complaining about the noise.
Can I just say one more thing? I was up before, but I don't think I used my full time. Considering that argument that...
So I'll give you a minute.
Okay, considering the argument that the building was used at one time for a bed and breakfast activity, I own 298 First Street West, and at one time that was a bar. It was a bar that serviced the railroad line. Would you grant me a permit to convert that back into a bar? Because at one time that's what it was, and I rehabilitated that ancient building. So think about that. Thanks.
So at this time, I'm going to close the public hearing. That's after you close the public hearing. And now, yes, very good. See?
Just hit me with that.
I learned something today. Okay, all right. So, and now 5 minutes for your rebuttal.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, council members. Talk about deep roots. The cooperage has deep roots going back to the early 1800s. I don't think there were any quality of life issues raised by these speakers this evening that couldn't be addressed through standard conditions of approval, whether those be hours of operation or numbers of tastings or any of those kinds of things that we typically see in a modern conditional use permit condition of approval setting. Glenn was absolutely right about the number of spaces. Michael Ross confirmed it as well. 17 spaces grandfathered by way of the earthquake retrofit. That's the city's rules. We didn't make that up. In terms of the issues raised regarding the wealth of the applicants, I only want to say that I think we should pray for many, many McQuowns to come to Sonoma. There were speakers coming tonight from Sonoma Valley Museum of Art, from the Sonoma Valley Hospital Foundation, from Sonoma Splash, who were going to thank the McQuowns publicly for their philanthropy and support the application to the extent that they could. We asked them not to come. This hearing is not about the wealth of the applicants. It's not about any sort of quid pro quo. It's not about the McQuowns having donated enough money to keep the hospital going, or to build a community pool, or to pay for organic farming lessons for kids at the middle school. That's not what this is about. We would never ask for special treatment just because of somebody's balance sheet. I've seen the Planning Commission take applicants to task because of their balance sheet. I'll stay away from that for purposes of this hearing, but I just want to say that I think we should be glad that the McQuowns spent the millions of dollars that they did, way in excess of the fair market value of that property as completed, in order to prevent it from one day becoming nothing more than a pile of rubble that would decrease the property values in this neighborhood. So I'm glad they're here. I'm glad they spent the money on this property. There's no issue of cost recovery here. I want to correct that for the record officially. The McQuowns may keep the property. They may gift the property. They may sell the property. It was off the market for most of August because I was negotiating to give the property to a nonprofit. It may go back on the market tomorrow. I don't know. We're not here to talk about getting back $17 million in VRBO room rentals, folks. It's not going to come from a wine tasting use permit. It's simply not going to happen. The McQuowns didn't spend that money in order to get a return on their investment. They spent that money because they were passionate about that building. They were passionate about saving that property for future generations. Thank you.
So at this time, we're going to open it up for any questions from council to the staff or the applicant. Yes. Councilmember Wallender.
I have a question for the applicant. If I took accurate notes, at one point in the presentation, it was expressed as vacation rental for 2 units. With my reading and what I've studied, the only request at this point in time is just simply the 1 unit upstairs where the original ADU is going to continue to function as an ADU. Thank you for bringing that up. That was my mistake, Councilmember Wellender. It is for 1 VRBO or vacation rental unit on the upstairs, and from my understanding, the ADU at the back would probably be used as a on-site caretaker or manager's uses, or perhaps by the family. I'm not quite sure, but I think you're correct. It was 3 units. That was the prior non-conforming use under Ordinance 1999-4. That was again recognized by the 2017 ordinance that referred back to that list of previous non-conforming uses. That talked about 3, so I got my numbers wrong. No problem. Thank you. Thank you. Now I have a staff question. If I could direct that to our attorney. Where am I? In the public comment, there was a quote from apparently a letter that was written by an attorney. And in the quote, it said, "cannot be approved due to a letter of the law." I would like our attorney to comment on whether or not he agrees with that interpretation or not.
I think our code gives the council, as it did the planning commission, discretion to make a decision either way in this case. In order to deny the appeal, it's a simpler matter because you only need to find that at least one of the necessary findings can't be made. In order to approve the use permit and to grant the appeal, you would have to make all of the findings required under the adaptive use ordinance. There are 5 for the wine tasting use permit. There's an extra one that we've discussed for the vacation rental. You also need to make the findings that are required for a use permit for both of those. And then with respect to the wine tasting use permit, there are additional wine tasting use permit findings under our code. So there's a number of findings that have to be made. These require substantial evidence, and substantial evidence is evidence of substance, evidence that is meaningful, that reasonable people may differ on, but that they can rely on. So there can be a difference of opinion, and there can be conflicting evidence, but as long as we've got some evidence in the record to support the findings, that is sufficient. So I wouldn't necessarily agree with Ms. Zoe's claim that there's only one legal outcome based on the way that the code is written.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ding.
All right. And also, my question also, I need our city attorney, David, continue to pay attention. I have a question about the compliance. Right now, applicant is using ARO, this kind of ordinance to apply this. They using this as a legal ground. Do you think is it compliant? They can use this ordinance to challenge it, to appeal planning commissioner's decision. That is an ARO, that is the adaptive reuse ordinance.
Yes, they can use, they can use the adaptive reuse to seek additional uses that would not otherwise be allowed in the RM, the medium residential zone. Adaptive reuse, I think, is the only way to have some of these uses allowed in this zone. And they have followed our municipal code in their application process and in their appeal process to the city council. Does that answer your question, Councilmember Dean?
Yes, I think so. And my question is following is, according to ARO, it is stated, ARO safeguards historic character of the Sonoma by providing incentives for the preservation of the historically and culturally structure, significant structure. Here I'm not sure what that means. Incentives and also reflection, reflexation. Can you describe it a little bit more?
I actually might see if Ms. Gates could provide a little bit of background on adaptive reuse in general, because I think that's what your question is getting at. And I don't know, Jennifer, if that's something you can speak to from your perspective as someone who works with historical resources and structures.
Sure. So the adaptive reuse ordinance was designed to be an incentive to preserve our historic resources. So the very beginning of the code section, and I can bring it up for everybody so you can see it, but then it would turn off David. It just says the adaptive reuse of historic structures within our historic overlay district involving uses not otherwise allowed through our base zoning may be allowed subject to approval. And then it determines what our eligible structures are. And then it talks about allowable uses that we talked about, residential uses as well as non-residential uses. The key, what it talks about as well, is the retention of residential character, scale, and style. So adaptive reuse projects shall retain a residential character, scale, and style, and that the guidelines set forth in our historic preservation section shall be considered by the Planning Commission in applications for adaptive reuse. And then it sets forth the findings and decision for, in that case, Planning Commission, and then on appeal, the City Council to make. When we talk about adaptive reuse, in this specific case and how it was written, it sounds like it's a change of use. So something that may have been a residential use and it's in the residential to allow for commercial, or vice versa. Maybe it's in the commercial zone and allowing it. The findings, like we were talking about, there are 6 findings that have to be made to allow for a vacation rental and the 5 for the wine tasting. When we talk about those findings, we talk about the application of the Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of our historic properties. We talk about promoting and encouraging continued private ownership and utilization of our structures. The preserving our diverse architectural design, reflecting the phases of our city's history. Stabilizing and improving the economic value of our historic districts. And enhancing, perpetuating, preserving, protecting, and restoring historic districts, neighborhood sites, which contribute to the aesthetic and cultural benefit of the city. So that's the ordinance in a concise way. It doesn't talk specifically to other things that you may be asking. Does that answer your question, or do you have another?
That is the answer is in my expectation, but it's not solved my answer to my question. It's in my, because a lot of the item, nobody can tell. And unless, if you can give me a couple of the example before, 5 or 10 years ago, and how the city use ARO to solve this kind of similar issue. So I'm wondering, have you done this kind of research and, make an explanation? Because according to my understanding, what you say that this time applicant applying for additional use permit and allowed an Airbnb, it's not kind of the, incentives and reflexation. So now, how to make it a bridge, how to relate to each other, that is an issue.
So I have not pulled the actual staff reports from the specific projects. I did look, the adaptive reuse, when I look at the 2018 list, I'll bring it up right now, of the vacation rentals within the city. There is a list on our website that was, it's December of 2019. I'm in the process of updating it. At that time, there were, I want to say 7 properties that used the adaptive reuse ordinance for vacation rentals, but I have not looked up specifically the staff reports for those projects to see the findings and how they met those findings.
Can I make a comment? And I think even if we look at those, the issue is still whether or not the adaptive reuse ordinance, once you have established a use permit, whether that is open-ended, that you can come back to that again.
That is one of the questions that was raised in the Planning Commission decision about whether or not you could come back and amend once your project was complete.
So please follow that up. Councilmember Lowe.
So historically, we don't know if ever a use permit was granted that was changed historically.
For the adaptive reuse ordinance, no,
Correct.
I do not.
But, so we don't know. It seems to me we need to know that. Because to me, that's the crux of the issue here. I mean, I certainly understand the neighbors' concerns. I certainly understand the appellant's, arguments. But everything is sort of hinging on this policy as to whether or not we can make changes. If there is a precedent that has said that, this is how we do it, and this is the precedent, and here's 10 years of examples, then, I have my answer. If the Planning Commission is creating precedent, then I have concerns, because I think that in that case, it's the council that needs to then be specific as to whether or not that's allowable or not, and the Planning Commission should not be making policy that would then extend to a further project that we may want to amend. So that has always been my concern, and when I've been listening to all the various people, it's like, I get all that, I understand that, I understand it deeply, but I have to go on the policy. And if the policy, if we don't know, if this has been the historical trend, then I think we need to do some research to find out. Because, that may mean we still make the same decision, but we need to know whether or not we're allowed to make that decision or not. And part of the argument is that we're not allowed to, and yet no one has any facts or any history that confirms that. And that's a concern to me, because I'm trying to make a policy-based decision, not an emotional decision. And I need to know that. That's a concern for me. Maybe Mr.
If I could just
has
chime in,
answer.
Councilmember Lowe, there is no written policy that would prevent someone from seeking to amend a use permit or a new use permit for the same location. And everything in our code contemplates that both of those options are always available. I think what you're asking about is whether or not there's been a practice. And I think the fact that we don't know, sitting here, indicates that we probably don't have one. And I think what was animating, and I can't speak for the Planning Commission, you've reviewed their materials and their reasoning, but I think one of the many findings that they made, because there was obviously a host of issues regarding compatibility with the uses and the surrounding neighborhood, but the one that you're focusing on, which has to do with the 2018 permit that they were issued, is really just the proximity in time. And so I think that's a factor, and it's always a factor anytime you're looking at modifying use permit. And they've explained why there is this proximity in time and why it's relatively recent since they came originally for their first adaptive reuse permit. It has to do with COVID, they explained, et cetera, and price overruns, et cetera. So I don't necessarily think that there is no policy, and if that's going to be the issue here, I think I'd just like to kind of dispel that at the outset so that we can hopefully move the discussion to the next point.
So, but the Planning Commission did say that that was the policy.
No, they said that, as a matter of the interpretation of our adaptive reuse, once you have rehabilitated your structure and it is no longer in a state of disrepair, then you don't need the adaptive reuse ordinance in order to save your building. That's what I think they were saying.
Right. All right. So they're okay. But going back to your previous comment, we have consistently allowed people to make changes, and I think that's, I would hate for this to form a practice, if you will, that says that we can't go forward. I'm sorry, you've now rehabbed the place and now you want to turn it into what I'd like to see, which is low-income housing. And I know that's not on the list. But if it were, why would we say no? And, if they wanted to do that now, I'd certainly, it would certainly probably garner the same animus from neighbors, but, maybe it would be worth it in the long run or something. But, it just seems to me that there'll be incidents in the future where people will want to do things with historic buildings, and that things will change. And, we heard tonight that maybe wine is on its way out. Who knows? I mean, all kinds of things we've heard. That, we saw with COVID, people didn't commute to the city. They worked out of their homes. So then people, things can change. And I don't want to be in a position where we go, I'm sorry, you applied for whatever, an 8-track player emporium, and you've got to have that, because that's all.
Right, I totally agree, and I think that I think all of our municipal code allows not only applicants to seek changes, it allows the city and its decision makers the flexibility to determine whether or not the requested changes are ones that should be allowed at the time that they're requested.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes.
I'd like to
Councilor
get our
Wellman.
attorney's worth tonight, so I have another question for Mr. Ruderman. In the course of some of the public comment, one detail came up that I was unaware of, and at least at face value, it sounds like it could have some implication or influence. I'd like you to speak to the perception that was expressed by Mr. Glenn Akamoto in terms of there was, I'm not sure if it falls under a non-conforming use where it was used as a VBRO or a vacation rental. Then we had the unfortunate Napa earthquake that rendered the building unsafe, and as a result, the city officials, building officials, yellow tagged it and basically said no longer for public. But what was said and or implied was that the use could be restarted once shored. And then the other quote was that as far as that individual knew, nothing had said that there would not be the opportunity to go back to that previous use. And kind of setting aside the ARO, this is kind of a totally new angle that I think I would like some legal clarity on.
Unfortunately, Councilmember Rowland, I'm not going to provide you with a lot of legal clarity on that issue this evening because, first of all, I don't have all the facts. I have seen the cease and desist order, I believe, that was read to the council. And I am aware that of the many permutations that our vacation rental ordinance has gone through since 1999. The fact is that this property was not being used as a vacation rental in 2018, and the permit that was issued specifically said it shall not be used as a vacation rental. So whether or not it was at one time a legal non-conforming use in its operation as a vacation rental or a bed and breakfast, which are actually two separate uses and distinct uses, I can't say. I can say that if it did have, it didn't have the ability to operate as a vacation rental, certainly once the property owner willingly abandoned that use by seeking a use permit for a residence that was tied to a condition that precluded vacation rentals.
And you're speaking of the decision in 2018, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
That's my initial read on it. Obviously, as you heard Mr. Woods explain, they are not seeking to essentially reanimate this this vacation rental use based on a legal non-conforming use claim. Mr. Woods is requesting that that the applicant receive a new use permit that would give them a vacation rental use going forward. So I can't really speak to exactly what was commented on by Mr. Komodo, I believe his name was.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up question to you too, Mr. Ruderman. So what are your thoughts in regards to this being an amendment, or whether, considering that in 2018 it specifically stated that the uses that would not happen, including, a vacation rental property, that this is really not an amendment, it's actually a new request for a new use permit?
I guess functionally, I'm not sure what difference it makes. If they want a vacation rental use and a wine tasting use, the council needs to make 5 or 6 of the findings required by the adaptive reuse ordinance, regardless of whether or not you call it an amendment or a new application or a new use permit.
I guess the only reason I think there is an issue around that is because of that the property is now complete, and that if it was a new request and not an amendment, then when you look at number 6, the 6th requirement there, the property is complete, and it would not need additional money to be able to justify the renovations that would be needed to make it, to restore it.
Well, but I think, isn't that a factual matter? I mean, my understanding, and I guess the applicant correct me if I'm wrong, but it has been rehabilitated, and the structure is now complete. I'm sure there was a notice of completion filed, and the subcontractors had their opportunity to file mechanics liens, and that's all been cleared. Once that happens, then the project is complete in terms of the actual construction. So,
But with a new permit, so what I'm trying to say, if you're amending the old use permit, then to me, it seems like you're still in the state of the process of restoration, even though it's already, I mean, that's their argument.
and this was something that was discussed in the planning commission.
Right.
They basically, I think I don't know if it was a planning commissioner or who it was, but there was comment that you should have come to the planning commission once you found the well and decided you wanted to keep it, or once you found soil contamination, because then we could have simply done an amendment during the course of the construction, and the applicant had determined that they only had so much bandwidth at the time, and they were focusing on construction. So.
Yeah, and I would just also say, I'm in complete agreement with Councilmember Lowe in that we really, certainly the restoration of this building is amazing and it's beautiful, and the work that has been done, nobody can deny that there's been great work done, and we have restored and we have a beautiful historic building now. On the other hand, understanding that this is a neighborhood that is really whatever the history has been over many centuries, you can argue that the current state of this neighborhood is that it is a residential neighborhood. And so we really, it's like how do we actually balance those two things? I don't want it to be, to me it's about the law. It's about what is the policy, and it is important whether or not we're actually setting a precedent or not. And we don't know if we're setting a precedent because actually we don't have any information as to whether or not anybody has ever gone after, I don't know what period of time, to come back and say, okay, we want to change this. The other thing I want to ask about is this language within it, in the ordinance, it says, may be allowed. So that may be allowed language, is that objective language? Is there an issue that it's objective, it's not objective language, or would you consider may be allowed objective language? That's either for Jennifer or for you, Ms. Gates, or for Mr. Ruderman.
Where can you, are you talking about in the very beginning of 1942-030,
Yeah.
the very first?
Yeah, it says the Planning Commission may allow. It doesn't say it must allow. It says it may allow.
Well, that's just, and Jennifer can chime in as well, but
Isn't that the should and the shall?
May is permissive. So
Permissive, okay.
it's a completely discretionary determination by the Planning Commission, or now the City Council. So you don't have to allow it, but you can.
But we can. Which brings us back to the balance. Unfortunately. I think we're all looking for clarity here. Right. Other comments, suggestions of how we might move forward?
Do you want me to respond to the previous question about the California
Yes.
Register? So the property is a contributor to the California Eligible Historic District, and it was determined in 2018 to be individually eligible as well for the California Register.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Wellender.
What I'm hearing too, as far as moving forward, that if we're going to uphold the appeal, then we have to make some findings. If we deny the appeal, then it's much simpler. The thing that I've been struggling with as I read over the findings time and time again, and I also look at the comments that were expressed by the Planning Commission, it appears to me that unfortunately, there is an element of subjectivity to the findings. Case in point, when under item number 4, when you read it, promote and encourage continued private ownership and utilization of structures now so owned and used. Well, there's a couple different ways you can interpret that. And, you know, private is private. Corporate may not be considered private in the eyes of some, but public might be government. Public could be state-owned. Public could be city-owned. So that's where it gets a little bit challenging. And I look at these other, you know, the enhance. How do you quantify enhancement? Because that's something that comes from one's own personal perspective. So we have our work cut out for us, I guess, depending upon whatever route we go. But it you know, talks about enhance, perpetuate, preserve, protect. Those are good words, but they can be interpreted a little bit different. And to me, that's the challenge tonight. Or the next night we gather, or whatever.
So I would suggest that enhance is based on looking at a property that is in disrepair and what enhancing and perpetuating and protecting a neighborhood by not having a building that is in disrepair and what that does to it. That's my interpretation of that. And then if I look to promote private ownership, it is looking at having the ownership of historic buildings be in private hands and not in the state's hands or in the city's hands. That's my interpretation. I don't know if that's correct.
Again, I think there's an element of subjectivity, and that's the challenge. And I don't disagree with your interpretation of enhance and perpetuate and preserve.
Yes, so suggestions of how to move forward on this. I think that the issue, I see the big issue is that we are trying to come with a decision that would set a precedent. And that precedent, the issue is that we don't know if this hasn't been done before, and that there is lack of clarity in regards to the ability to go back on an ARO, an adaptive reuse ordinance, at a later date after a property was restored. That is kind of, that's the crux of the issue. If it's deemed that you can do that, then we have to, you know, actually consider that a finding, and we'd have to have a backup for that finding to be able to say that we would be agreeing with the appellant. You know, or the other side.
Or you could say, hey, Planning Commission, you know, they can change it. Your look at it. So take a look again. I mean, that's why those options were listed there. I'm not suggesting that at this point. I'm just, you know, I'm looking at it's 10:15 and the mayor's not here. I'd like to know what his opinion is on this. I think there's still some research to be done. I mean, the Ice House has been around for 150 years. It can wait another 2 weeks. I mean, I really have questions, and I'm not hearing a consensus among my colleagues at this point. If that is in order, I don't know if that was one of the three things. I'd like to continue this. Can we continue a public hearing and maybe get some of these historical references, you know, because it may come back that, no, that's the history and then we're done, you know, really. Planning Commission was right, we're done, you know, but I think we're all asking for that. And I think it's fair to do that.
Councilmember Wellender.
Just a thought that comes to mind, and it's something that I've been reflecting on, just seems like day one, is what is the intent of the ARO? And I think it's inarguably the intent of the ARO is to save our historic structures. I think and then I think it's fair to say, even with reflecting on the challenges that we haven't been able to execute on in the Blue Wing, the preservation of historic structures is difficult. It's tough. And yet, when you think about our town, in my opinion, part of the attraction of the town of Sonoma is that we do have that rich element of history, of which there are a lot of threads or components that make up that historic fabric. And I do believe that that is something that attracts people to come to Sonoma. And at least in the eyes of this city councilman, that's incredibly important in terms of the long-term sustainability. So I'm just sharing that. I don't disagree with the suggestion that this is justifiably to be continued because it's not easy. And I think the bottom line is we want to make an informed decision.
Yeah, I don't think that, and I understand how everybody feels about this because it's difficult to live in this state of emotion around something that people care so much about. But I think that we really want to make sure that we are making the right decision to be able to continue it, to be able to get more information about what are the precedents that have been set around this in the past and what we can do going forward. I do have one question I have to bring up that and I don't want to go down this rabbit hole, but I just have to say, but I'm going down, is I have a really hard time understanding the desire for the owners to have a wine tasting room and a VRBO, because it just does not make sense to me that adds any value to the property. It just, not the type of value that it would require for them to get significantly higher price. I guess I could understand it maybe if they were trying to keep it, right, and then they wanted to do it for their own business. If they were trying to sell it or as a gift, I just don't think there's that much value to it. And so that's something I'm having a hard time with, of really understanding what they're putting, the so many dogs in this fight for, I'm not quite sure why. So coming from a point of view of understanding, it's not our job to make any comments about how someone makes their money and whether they make good business decisions, but it just happens to be one that just baffles me. So, yeah.
All right, so do we need a motion, or what do we
Yeah,
need
I
to
think
do?
we need a motion.
Before that, I have another points I want to share with you. I would like to try our best to be compliant to everything. And based on the ARO, it mentioned providing incentives, because here, I really don't know what kind of incentives, just a little bit of flexibility for the issuing different licenses on a use permit. If like this way, yeah. Although David Goodman mentioned maybe we cannot find any previous, the case precedents, but we still need to do due diligence. Let us feel comfortable and confident when we make the decision. And also for this kind of incentives, I'm not sure, because from the different levels in the government for this kind of historical preservation, we have the different tools. For example, in the federal government give you tax credits, and the state will do the same. I'm not sure. And then the local and here we do have this kind of policy, or also it's not, for us to use. I would like to. I support those kind of compliance, but also I support preserve our history. I'm a member of Historic Society, and I do a lot of the volunteer work for them. I know now how important for our cities and the value, because of our rich history. We do have this kind of responsibility and observation. Yeah, thank you.
And I would, go ahead and then I'll.
Is it allowed to give an assignment to staff?
Yes. 100% allowed.
Do more research.
and this is not a reflection where my head is, so it's not a determination, but there have been a number of concerns that have been expressed by the neighbors about noise, traffic, and nuance, and just inconveniences. Some of those we already have existing ordinances on the books, such as noise. I would like clearly to know what the process is going to be. If indeed, just say hypothetically, the appeal is supported, and there is going to be now this concern about how well the short-term vacation rental will be managed, and what is the historic response, and who responds? Is it going to be whoever was assigned to manage the short-term vacation rental? Do they call the sheriff or our police chief, who's very responsive, I know, or is it code enforcement, and where does he fit in, and what assurances can we possibly give the concerned neighbors that we're on top of it, and we have a process by which we can adequately address it and put a stop to that, and if that stop is not abided by, that there is a legal process to revoke the use permit. And I know that's long and drawn out, and that, but that's something that to me is very important, because that, I think, is not only appropriate to know in this project, but even on future projects, because I've expressed it before, I don't like ordinances that we pass that we can't enforce. It's simple. And, you know, we can all point to ones that we've been a little bit lax on, but this is one that has been expressed to be of great concern, that may be a reality, and if so, I want to have a sense on how we can address that. So that's the assignment, please.
Yeah, well, I actually think that the key issue around the ordinances, both on behalf of people that are being incentivized to restore historic buildings and the neighbors, is that there is clarity about whether or not something, you know, if you're buying property next to a historic building, you should know what the possibilities are going into the future, what could happen with that historic building. I think that that's important for the neighbors that are also investing in that neighborhood. So I think, I'm not, once again, this isn't about me saying which way we should go. This is about saying what is our responsibility here as from the Planning Commission and as City Council, as the council member, is people are, you know, whether or not, as far as I'm concerned, you know, whether people have a lot of money or a fair amount of money or whatever, it's like they, you know, it's within their rights to understand as much as they can about the investment they're making and the future potential of the properties and and where they're making those investments. So that's why I would say I would like to ask for a move to continue so that we can be sure that we're making the right decision and cleaning all this up so we don't get here again.
There was a lot of questions. I mean, it's you know, and it's like 10:30, which, you know, I'm in my life that 10:30 is past my bedtime. So I don't know if I've made some really bad decisions past 10:30. Don't want to go there again. So I would like to make a motion that we continue this public hearing to a date certain. That is 2 weeks from today. Is that enough time? Not enough time.
We're gonna have to figure out a date that will work for
that work for them. Do I not have to say a date in my motion?
We do.
That's
if
what
you
I
would give
thought.
a minute to figure out a time.
Okay. Because they're actually doing the appeal, of course. So
And we are asking staff for, sounds like we're asking staff for two things. We're asking staff.
More things too. You can ask for more.
Yeah, assignments.
But I mean, we can meet with staff and have other questions
Yeah.
answered during that
Okay.
time, which I think is important because, you know, I might have a question that's, you know, just a one-off thing that's, you know. Okay. We're just waiting for dates.
Yeah.
Because the appellant has to approve the date.
David Ruderman, sir. Thank you.
Yes.
Quick question. In order to accept additional public comment before we make a motion, we need to reopen the public hearing and then continue the item so that you can continue to hear public comments. Is that correct?
Well, the motion will be to continue the public hearing, so the hearing will be continued. That means that we can have more public comment at the continued time. We don't have to.
Okay.
We don't have to formally have the mayor reopen public comment right now. So
Okay.
reopen the public hearing.
All right. The requested date is October 2nd.
Okay, I amend my motion to extend the public hearing to a date certain, October 2nd.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Deputy City Clerk, please call the roll, the vote.
Councilmember Wallender?
Yes.
Councilmember Ding?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Farrar-Rivas?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 401.
Then new item.
Now, we do, so now we have one more item on the agenda, and so the question to us is whether or not we want to continue tonight to be able to address the final item on the agenda.
I move to put this agenda item to the next city council meeting.
I would request, unfortunately, council, that we take this item. It's an emergency item that we need to pass.
I have a substitute motion that we take this item up.
Do we have a second for one of those motions?
I second your motion.
Deputy City Clerk.
Councilmember Wallender?
That's to continue.
To continue.
Yes, yes.
Councilmember Ding?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Farrar-Rivas?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 401.
All right, so here we go.
It was a good try, Jack.
That is the
Good try. I know. that
So
was-
I'm going to introduce the final, I'm going to move this along. So we are introducing now item 9.2. You need to take that outside. All right, so we're moving to item 9.2, a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a construction contract with Granite Inc. for $163,250. Approve also $16,325, which would be 10% in contingency, and approve a project budget of $189,599.41 for urgent and necessary repairs to the storm drain system at the intersection of 5th Street East and East MacArthur Street pursuant to Public Contracts 22050. There we go. Believe that I live 500 feet away from that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, members of City Council, Mike Berger, Director of Public Works. Thank you for taking the time to hear this tonight. I really appreciate it after this long meeting. Moving along, this agenda item is on an emergency storm drain system repair at the corner of 5th Street East and East MacArthur Street. In late March 2024, Public Works crews noticed a sinkhole that formed in the asphalt roadway at the intersection of 5th Street East and East MacArthur Street. Upon further investigation, crews determined that there was a void approximately 10 by 10, 3.5 feet deep under the eastbound lane of traffic. Further excavation determined that the existing corrugated metal pipe that was in the intersection conveying the storm system for many years was severely deteriorated and unable to convey stormwater through the intersection anymore. Steps taken in April to July to address the problem immediately. We did exploratory investigations to gather data to define the scope of work and collect key critical data necessary to complete the work. We worked with the city engineer at GHD to complete a basic engineered plan for the storm line repair and future connection to the remainder of the storm system at the intersection. Remaining storm lines in the intersection will require additional work at a future date. We have gone in, located all known utilities in the area, conflicting activities that would conflict with the construction project. Identified clearance to PG&E gas lines less than a foot, coordinated with PG&E to have a construction variance to their gas line. We procured special order elliptical reinforced concrete pipe to replace the pipe. It's sitting at our yard right now, and just ordered another stick of pipe for the job also. We worked with Granite Construction and received a cost proposal from them to complete the project, and received an engineer's cost estimate from GHD that checked Granite's cost proposal and confirmed that it was a good value. Conditions that were met for that qualify this as emergency. This is a previously unknown condition, not budgeted within the operations or capital improvements budget during the project cycle, budget cycle. There is a risk to public services, health and safety if the sinkhole widens during the 24-25 rainy season. It requires immediate action to address this prior to the onset of winter rains. And then per California Public Contract Code 20168 and 22050, the City Council can, with a 4/5 vote, declare that public interest and necessity demand immediate expenditure of public money because of an emergency. The project budget is $163,250 from Granite Construction, a 10% contingency for unforeseen conditions happening during the project to $16,325. The cost of the pipe, which is sitting at the yard, for $8,824.41. And then we have a geotechnical on-call engineer that would be up to $1,200 to do an inspection after the contractor has removed all the bad material, for a total budget of $189,599.41. The recommendation is to approve the emergency contract with a 4/5 vote, with construction work commencing early to mid-September and completing mid to late September, and that's an accelerated time frame. The timeline will allow for the repair prior to the rainy season. Alternative approach would be pursue a typical design bid build project, which we have already started. This approach would add approximately $40,000 to the project for design documents and specifications, and the project would not start until 2025. This approach would also require protection of the existing site during the rainy season to prevent any further damage. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to any questions.
Mr. Willender.
Couple thoughts, Mike. Based upon what you know, and there's kind of two phases: the immediate need, and then you're anticipating that down the road there could be some additional work that may be required.
Yeah, in the council packet, there's a sketch that we drew, which is in the presentation. And Monique, if you could find that and pull that up.
That's not. So my question though really is that recognizing we have to do some future work, the work that is immediately going to be done now for $189,000, is it going to allow for a smooth segue into what needs to be done next in an smooth and cost-effective way?
Yes, and that's a great question, because what we're doing in this project is we're actually creating a future connection, because the two other storm lines in the intersection that we are not working with at this time, and we will prioritize these in future budgets and projects, this will allow us to connect into those when we fix it down the road, if it turns into a priority.
Okay.
Yeah, and we can make that decision at a later date.
Thank you.
Just a question that's through the chair, if I may.
Excuse me.
Councilmember Lowe. Thank you. This is general fund money. This is what general fund.
Yes.
So this is the kind of money that when we pass Measure T would be really helpful. It's like road fixing kind of stuff, right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Exactly.
I have to try to get
Measure
that
T,
in
TTT. So just because I'm just calculating how long it takes me to walk from my house there, and I am pretty sure that I'm 500 yards from that site. 500 feet.
500 feet?
500 yards would be a lot of football fields.
You think I'm good? Okay, thank you. I just
Well,
wanted
it
to
says,
confirm that.
even if you did live within 500 feet, Madam Vice Mayor, the rules regarding legally required participation would still allow us to proceed this evening because we do require a 4/5 vote. So the regulations that the Fair Political Practices Commission have adopted allow that to occur, but you would just need to disclose that you do, presumably you're speaking that you own property within 500 feet. So if that's the case, we may want to make that disclosure out of an abundance of caution.
Out of abundance of caution. I think it's less, I think it's farther than 500 feet, but I am at the middle of 4th Street East, and this is at the corner of 5th Street and East MacArthur. So.
And it's true that the mayor lives very close to you, isn't that
Yes,
correct? So it's not like
exactly.
if he was here, he would have a different conflict, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you very much.
I move approval.
Public
I'm seconding
Oh,
that.
public comment. Sorry.
Public comment. Thank you, Sandra.
I don't know.
All right, as I see no public comment, do I have a motion?
I move approval.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Yes, that was Councilmember Ding. Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Hollander.
Yes.
Councilmember Ding.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowe.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Farrar Rivas.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 401.
Thank you. And
Thank you.
Madam Assistant City or Deputy City Clerk, we will need to make sure that the Vice Mayor's disclosure is reflected in the minutes.
So,
understood.
Thank you. And agenda item number 10, we are now open again for public comment, if anybody would like to come and make public comment. Well, seeing none, I call this meeting adjourned.
See? Great job. I told you. It's the longest one, just like